Good evening, everyone. Apparently, my camera is on the fritz, so I'm going to quickly fix that while we sort other things out. I hope everybody in chat is doing well today. We are back with another episode of the Elendor Chronicles, brought to you by the Component Cast. But before we get on with tonight's broadcast, as always, there we go, everything's nice and colored again now. We have a few things that we, of course, need to cover. The first of which being the promotion of some of our stuff. Be sure, everybody, to, if you really like the show, to become a sub on Twitch and or a Patreon. It's the best way that you can help us out and allow us to put on more shows. We have a really cool set of productions coming up, of which they have been announced. Obviously, we've announced the next Tuesday Cruise show, which will be a mech-based sort of thing, which is, I hope you guys will enjoy that once we finish our Zweihander campaign, not Kane. Didn't finish the word there. And also we have the wonderful Beth going to be DMing a cyberpunk campaign coming up very soon. And who knows, with your help, we can help maybe put out more shows in the future as well. So, yes, that's actually all we have to cover before we get into tonight's broadcast. So, let's go ahead and roll that trailer, shall we? And we're back. So, Beth, would you give us the recap this week?
We arrived in the nation of Atria, being greeted promptly by their knights, I guess is the phrase. I don't really know. Legionnaires. And kind of expressed our mission intent and what we're here for, but mostly being research and the giving of news about what's been going on in the world and how we think it might involve Atria. We met a character whose name I can't read my own handwriting on. It's unfortunate. But he had some
Ambrosia.
Say again?
Commander Ambrosia, I think it was.
Ambrosia.
Leader
yes.
of the welcoming party. Yeah.
Yes. And he was going to arrange for us to have a meeting at the Senate halls for the triumvirate. I guess for two of the three, because I guess they're having a re-election because one of them passed away just before we arrived. A combination of eloquent speaking from Valmir and Zep told our tale and the interesting things we were facing and how it might involve Atria, particularly involving the dragon appearances. Darius got pulled aside by the ambassador from the Rien, saying, "Hey, you got some Reynard people here who are trying to get in. I should stop them, shouldn't I? Shouldn't I?" Not suspect at all about why that would matter. Then we started our little research in the Grand Library, where we all kind of individually researched different things, so I can't speak to what the other people were, but Ruby was looking for more about the king that never was and the scorned ones of them, and trying to draw some sort of connection. Unfortunately, she didn't learn much new. Bad rolls.
Happens to the best of us. But, yeah, you know what? Get an inspiration. That's pretty well done. Only thing is, Commander Ambrosia was a she. And the person who got you the audience was a young gold dragon.
Shape-shifted, yes, polymorphed, whatever.
Who is also with you currently and helping you research. Anybody remember their name?
Procopius?
Procopius, indeed.
Os Nectarita.
Mm-hmm. There you go. It was a big lore dump session last time, but yes. So we left off with a lot of a mix of private study and group study within the Great Library, whilst your professors were off getting settled in. You just visited the council chambers, and you'd all just kind of regrouped as well for the first time properly. Zep went to the temple and with Zaraj and sought some extra answers there, but you've all just kind of regrouped in this private study chamber within the Great Library of Procopius. What would you guys like to do?
Do they have a copy of the Book of Albay, the Church of Albay's? I'm trying to remember the actual book itself, but she specifically, Willoughby's asking if she can find a book on the last chapter, the Book of Annihilation.
Okay, so you want a copy of the Book of Ascension, essentially.
Yes, that's the name of the book. I'm sorry.
Let us see. I'm going to do my first roll of the session. Let's see where that gets me. Procopius kind of stands up from where he's helping Breton and comes over to you. It's like, yes, I have a relatively old copy.
That's fine. Doesn't need to be modern.
Okay. He goes up to one of he sort of there's like a with the room that you're in, it's like very gilded. There's a central circular table, and then like each wall is aligned with books. There's a large actual window space at the back, which seems to look out onto a private garden. And they go up to essentially the second level of bookcase. They kind of you notice them as well. They kind of glide up to it. They don't necessarily use the ladder or the stairs or anything. They just kind of go over to a shelf that seems a little more squat than the rest, but very ornate still, and pull out a copy. This is in Old Albay. Is that going to be a problem?
Can I read that?
Well, what languages does Ruby speak?
Is a question. I have it listed here. Sorry.
Because if she speaks Albion,
Well, it's
then
Abyssal, Common, Dwarven, Fionian, Infernal, and Primordial.
Then you are slightly out of luck. It's like the old, because it's in essentially the old Common Rhiennian tongue. So if you spoke Albane, it would be, yes, you'd understand it, but it's like reading Chaucer. If you've ever had the luxury of submitting yourself to read.
I have read the Canterbury Tales, yes.
Okay, so you know how hellish that can be sometimes.
It's a bit painful.
Yeah, so it would be doable, but because you don't speak the language, then no. However, they offer to help you translate, so.
She's specifically looking for the last book for the Book of Annihilation.
Sure. What are you looking for within it?
Ruby's going to then explain to the rest of the group her theory so far, what she's been able to, at least she thinks, put together. At the top of the Pantheon of Albay is the king that never was, supposedly the only mortal to achieve divinity. And of the gods that were at the summit, there was one, and one only, who refused. He's the only god to have been banished before the summit. And his name was Nerul. Pin that, the Book of Annihilation, as far as I can remember it, did your camera is frozen or everybody's camera's frozen? Oh, I just reloaded. The Book of Annihilation specifically mentions that there is a girl who will break the seals of Elendor. Now, my first thought, obviously, is that of Joanna von Brandt. But I don't think she is it. At least I don't see any indications of it. Can anybody else hear me, or is Discord going weird?
No, we can hear you.
Listen.
Okay, just all the cameras
This is
went
just
off on my
super
end.
interesting. Like, very, very good stuff.
Okay. No, so I don't know for certain if Joanna von Brandt is that person. But Eladrin referenced her as a weapon. And perhaps it is not that Joanna is a weapon in the sense that her power is so extreme that it could break the world. Perhaps her powers, or those deviated from it, like these, I have no idea honestly, like something else, might be used to break the seals. And the scorned ones of them, I think, might have something to do with the one god who specifically was banished before the summit. And how some might see him as a martyr. And additionally, the other thing that the reference line that I can understand it from my memory is Nerul is seen by those as darkness itself. And the Book of Annihilation specifically says that in the final days, darkness will return to Elendor. And she will lay that theory before the group and look for reactions.
So you're telling that to your
Yes.
compatriots plus your newfound
Yes.
dragon friend?
Yes. I am trying to find a way to confirm or deny any of these theories, because right now that's all we have. We have no leads, really.
It seems like trying to connect the dots that we have access to. I don't know this Joanna. I never had a chance to meet her. That was something that, from what I've gleaned, you all did before you came to the Nautifel. But if this figure was so important, why were you guys so willing to just leave her behind?
I wasn't. I wanted her to come with us. But it was part of the deal we made, was her to be returned to her father. She is the heir apparent to Legran's land. Ichabod's missing daughter.
Yeah, I get that, but did you know about this prophecy before you sent her back or afterwards?
Afterwards. Well, I knew some of it beforehand. We were in the village of, or the dwarvish town of Modgwin. That's when I first discovered pieces of it.
That's where the concern is, because if that's the crux of all this happening. I'm not suggesting you end a little girl's life. I'm just suggesting that there may have been steps that could have been taken to prevent the whole thing by ensuring that she didn't end up where she needed to go. Like some other potential.
I was not in a position to argue further with the mechanical king, and nobody else at the party with me really agreed with that thought either way. And furthermore, Joanna did not want to come with us.
It's all in the past. I don't know. This Nerul, I thought there was a connection there with the scorned ones of them, because wasn't them one of the references for the king that never was?
Yes. Those who were first banished by him. In fact, the only one who was banished before the summit. As I understand it, and DM, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on this one, all the other gods, good and evil, agreed after the summit to depart.
No. A lot of other banished ones were hunted down afterwards, but they at least agreed to come to the table. And the reason they came to the table was that this was the first time they'd seen one of themselves essentially destroyed, and they went, okay, hang on a moment. It's like to lack better of terms, it's one side hit the red button like Cuban Missile Crisis in the sense that it got a bit too heated, and Khrushchev went, "Hang on a moment, let's have a conversation here."
And here's the other part that bothers me. This is something I haven't been able to quite figure out. Gods are amongst the most powerful entities in existence, if not the most powerful. And up until this point, the king that never was a mortal. An extraordinary one, but still a mortal. How does a mortal force the other gods to come to the table? He must have had leverage. Or a weapon of such incredible power that it could smite a god.
Well, we do know that during the time that the king that never was fought Nerul to banish him, Nerul ended up damaging or breaking the helm or heart of Elendor, which, considering we now know that this item is one of the seals of Elendor, makes me think that the reason he was able to do that is that he did have these godly magical gifts.
Powerful magical artifacts that bestowed upon him incredible power.
Exactly.
Yes. So, perhaps these seals are less metaphysical than I thought, than they are actual objects.
Was under the impression that was always going to be the case.
I was thinking more like less something that one could wear and more like a giant vault door or something. I don't know. I really didn't have a picture of it, but I did not think something that could wear on my back or head.
From what your notes said on you, Joanna, and the stone that gave her own being, her own soul, suggests that these are very much very real items that exist and have powers. The literal interpretation of how they manifest is maybe closer or farther to their actual form, but everything about this suggests that these are, I suppose, to use terminology that Zepp would be familiar with more intensely, these are anchor points. These are points that hold everything together in a larger vessel, because if they were to be removed, everything would just come crashing down in on itself.
Yes, perhaps. That is my theory. And she will then look to, not cornucopias, oh my gosh.
Cornucopias. Yes, he's
Procopius.
at this time he's a cornucopius of opius.
That is the deal that we are trying to negotiate right now. What to do about this?
He's kind of been nodding along.
A little bit more that we
listening
didn't tell
quizzically.
a little bit more that we didn't tell the council, I don't think, unless you guys mentioned the portals specifically.
How are
I don't
we
believe in you.
aware that these seals of Elendor are currently targets?
That's our best guess.
The theory being that the seals have to be removed in order for the world to be plunged into the darkness, for everything to happen. So, and from what notes have said, that Joanna has been targeted, and considering she seems to be such a large part of the whole grand plot, that if she's being targeted, then presumably everything is being targeted.
And I think the reason she was locked away in time was not a prison. It was a way to safekeep her.
Yeah.
Well, I believe your philosophical friends are readying a meeting of probably the most developed minds on the subject matter. They would be the people to ask. If I may offer my 2 cents. I think I agree with you with the fact that the heir apparent to Lakerung's land is, 1, not who she seems, and 2, probably not the child in the prophecy. Purely because from what it sounds like is she's not a child at all.
She's not a
Not-
child at all. No.
Not truly, and how would one that is a seal be the key?
Her soul is contained within a stone, a
life gem.
stone.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yes.
I show him the gem on
He
my
he
thing.
he holds up his hand and looks to in the corner of the room where one of his assistants is, and just kind of ushers them out of the room.
Fair. One of these seals, we believe, is what gives her life.
We actually have an indication, or at least we think, of what these seals are. Somewhat.
There's been a lot of study and working out of what the seals are throughout the years.
We... Did we pin that message?
I've got it. Lifestone, which we think is Joanna. There's Brayla's heart. There's the Blade of Equilibrium. Dark Mask, which is an imperfect translation. The Scales of Law, and the Heart of Elendor, or the Helm of Elendor. And heart could either be like beating heart spelling, or it could be H-A-R-T, which is another word for a male, I think, deer.
Yes. Yes.
So I'm
stag.
thinking, like a
Yep.
Robert Baratheon helmet with antler horns is what
Mhm.
I've pictured.
And how many is that?
I just said 6.
And you do know that there's 10.
Edit message.
Those are the ones that so far Ichabod has helped you uncover.
The only one that I have any lead on is Brayla's heart, and that is courtesy of Soul.
And you know where one of them is. Currently it's
Yeah.
safe.
Well, relatively safe.
It's safe as a place that's been attacked by dragons already can be.
It's
I am wondering if these dragon attacks are more targeted than perhaps we initially thought. If Lederlund's land has been attacked because Joanna is there, I wonder if there's something in Compound and in...
Muchwin.
Yeah.
Well, also, the Vestilian theocracy was the first place attacked.
How many dragon attacks total do we know about?
Aside from the ones we encounter on the road, Compound, Legran's Land, and Vestilian theocracy.
and the
We were
capital
there-
of course.
we were there for Compound.
Yeah, there were more than that.
Procopius, have you heard of any other further dragon attacks?
That's a natural one. No, those are the ones that made major news. I'm honestly, I don't keep up on global events.
That's
would-
fair.
I
This
would-
is all new to me, and I'm part of the party, so...
I would, if you can get an audience with Otho, he is the member of the triumvirate in charge of information. And
We were... Sorry.
they would be one of the ones. Atria is very on it, shall we say, with these incursions.
We were also attacked ourselves in the sky by the Topaz Dragon. So if it is the idea that these dragon attacks are directly targeting the seals, either we have a seal somehow, or maybe we were targeted because we are hunting the seals?
Was Joanna on the ship at that time? I can't remember.
Who has a passive
know.
That was right
perception?
after
Who
she
has
got
a
dropped off.
who has a passive perception above 15?
No.
Above 15?
Yes.
Not me.
I think Darius
Above or
does.
at?
I meet it, I don't beat
15,
it.
15 and above is fine. 15 and above.
Rowan does.
I have 15.
Have 15.
So,
Rowan has
Breton
18.
and Darius, you notice when you switch the Topaz Dragon, like, a bit of a bead of sweat appears on the brow of Procopius.
Would Zaraj have noticed? What's her passive perception?
I will find out.
Because she is one very paranoid kitty.
She is.
And I would argue if she
Hers
did
is
notice
15
that,
as well.
I'd argue if she noticed that, she'd probably use her mind reader doodad.
Ooh,
Rowan has the highest passive perception.
Yes, he
Interesting.
does.
Why do it
No.
subtly? Let's just confront him directly. Since if there's a note at that and he looks unusual, Brett will say, that's a good point. I've never heard of any dragons that fall beyond the purview of metallic and chromatic, but the group has encountered one that was crystalline, almost gem-like. What do you know about that, Procopius?
It's we are talking ancient history at this point, but
Why should that change?
We've been talking about ancient history.
What's ancient history to a dragon?
in terms of dragon hierarchy, the gem dragons were considered the first among many, shall we say. They weren't as divided along good and evil, more you've heard of, I'm sure you've read the gem dragons to us are the stories of the War of the Heaven to you. They are our era of history where we're not sure if it's myth or true or partial truth.
You're saying they're so old they predate like the first green and pleasant day.
Oh,
Even
absolutely.
By an age beyond that, that's
They are said to have been. They're said to have been souls of dragons from the initial time, the time before. Are you aware of the Plenier history itself of, say, Tiamat and Bahamut?
So, do you think that they are perhaps the origin of the Dragon Age?
I don't know, DM. How familiar with that are we with that information?
Is that like a religion or?
Like I imagine in Moatria where they primarily worship Bahamut. That's a core part of their faith. It's like talking about Adam and Eve.
Mm-hmm.
We
Mhm.
hung out with a couple of Bahamut worshippers for a good while, but I don't know if we ever got into like theological discussions about it.
Well,
So-
when I was speaking to the High Priest at the temple, he did mention that after the Void Age and the Primordial, there was the Age of Dragons. I would imagine that the gems were present at this period.
Yes. In the mythos behind the draconic creation, Bahamut and Tiamat were both of a dragon before them. Their creation came from the death of a grand god dragon, the creator god dragon, and the gem dragons were its followers.
What could kill a god dragon back then?
It is again, one of those elements that is long discussed and theorized.
Would it happen to be something made entirely of the void?
Perhaps. It's been theorized that maybe Asmodeus had a hand in it, or some other greater entity, or purely a natural death, and this was its way of rebirthing.
I think we're getting off topic regardless.
Do you have a name for this god dragon?
I am looking for it.
I am not sure that we are getting off topic with this, actually. The dragon that we saw, we have said already has infernal connections, and if Asmodeus is considered to have been a hand in its defeat, perhaps that is the entity we saw in the portal.
It is curious, because if the gym dragons predate the first green and pleasant day, then that means they predate the War of Heaven. That means they were asleep for those conflicts. They were in stasis. They weren't about, and that the one that was encountered should not have had any vested interest in the current affairs, and that its actions may have been derived from self-interest as much as it could be just working for a goal that it saw. I'm not saying that these things are not related. I'm just saying that it's something where this is not a personal vendetta for them. This is opportunistic, which seems to be on the dragons. I'm
Take
on
advantage
brand
of
with them.
Take
Did
advantage
you
of
all
the chaos of the seal's weakening.
It did say it had just woken up. Maybe the seal's weakening, if maybe that's what woke it up, or
Well,
And as a side
presumably-
note, I'm pretty sure Xenofarius wanted to attack the ship because it was like, that's a really fucking fancy looking thing that I want. That's why it attacked the ship.
Yeah, I was just about to ask if anybody in character remembered.
Zedaar was the one that interrogated it. Guess who's not here right now?
Well,
It would-
everybody was around.
It would stand sense to reason that the scorn ones of them, as unknown as they are, we don't know anything about their force projection or anything like that, presumably would have to act through intermediaries, cause chaos, panic, and disorder wherever they could. Perhaps they are waking up these dragons with the intent to bolster their ranks.
He did say that he was just one of 6 who had been awakened. The Topaz, and then 5 others that he was aware of.
There could be more.
Yes. I believe the dragon god is called Io.
Ah,
like the planet, or the moon. Sorry.
the moon. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
forgotten Realms lore, it's Io.
Yeah, I think it is. I think this is Forgotten Realms lore.
Oh.
Reincorporated into my lore.
So
Okay.
Bahamut and Tiamat are
Not the original dragon
siblings?
gods. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Interesting.
A yin and yang, if you will.
We don't know where to go from here, though.
Well,
There are a few places in Leeds that we have. We still have this professor that we could go and talk to about planar knowledge.
well,
What's his name?
I have just received message that there is an as-requested meeting being established in one of the meeting halls here. They are ready for you.
Shall we?
We shall.
There was one more question I wanted to ask before we left. Out of the 6 of the 10 that we named, do you know the names of the other 4 artifacts?
I'm not I'm not a Chronicles specialist. However, the group of individuals that you have organized to meet that are now ready for you are So,
Well, I will save my question for them then.
he nods. Well, shall we? A room full of snooty bookworms that are awaiting your questions.
Worm with a Y. And
I mean, I guess if they're dragonborn.
yeah.
Got 2 minotaurs and a halfling in there too.
I'm funny and like puns. Don't judge me.
My great grandfather is a worm.
But he would have liked that joke.
Probably.
Let's go then.
Let's go.
He nods and unlocks the door, and you progress down the marbled halls of the Grand Library and are eventually led to a meeting room in which a large table sits. It's kind of each side of the hall is like a large window, but the window isn't it's because you're in the center of the building. It's clearly not a window, but they look. It's like it seems to be some sort of enchantment or enchanting painting that seems to be, designed to look like a window. And on one side, it has a beautiful, pristine, flowing meadow with one singular, large, glistening mountain in the center, and you also see every now and then dragons flying across. And then to the right, on the other side, there is a cavernous, almost like hellscapey plain with also dragons flying into it, and it seems to be like active depictions of a draconic heaven and hell, to use lack of a better terms. But you enter the room, and there is a number of individuals surrounding the table. There's a couple of also that seem to be milling about next to what seems to be like a help yourself sort of drinks area. That's actually where you see the two Minotaur professors that you traveled with. Flap is talking to two individuals. One gentleman who has got very like a very tanned features, really prominent like cheekbones, like chiseled, white hair, and they're in like these big sort of flowing purple robes that open at the chest when they've got like a sort of, seems to be like a large amulet, and their eyes are like pure white with no discernible pupil. There is and a lady who is dark blackish hair, very pale skin, not subtle makeup at all, in like a blue noblewoman's robe with the kind of puffed shoulders, and like she also has like an umbrella to her side, but it's not open, like she kind of is like stamped out. And you've also got another group of what seem to be just intellectuals. There's a dwarven individual with almost like monk hair, like the lack of hair, but then all the hair, and then the thinnest but longest beard. So it's like they've kept the length, but clearly their hair is heavily thinning. So it's kind of straggly, and it's kind of like a dark brown color. They're in like almost heated debate with another human male. It seems to be very Azdakian features about them, and then no, these seem to be the more prominent groups, but there are smatterings of other intellectual individuals, and or assistants to said individuals that are already in the room, totaling of about 20 people.
It's a lot more than I thought they were going to be.
Yeah, for sure.
You're not scared of crowds, are you?
Just turns and looks at him. Shut up.
How scared can you be of a crowd, really, when you have Fireball?
In my defense, the last time I was in a crowd this size, I got killed. So
That's a very fair point, actually.
Yes, but as you also said, it was worth it. So let's get going.
I say it was worth it. I said I had no regrets.
Semantic differences. It means the same thing.
Does not.
It really does.
Flap eventually notices you enter and kind of waves you over to where he is.
Is it evening time, by the way, or morning, or what kind of day is what time of the day is it?
You're very much like into early evening at this point.
So we've been here for about... The researchy part has been, what, like 6-8 hours, something like that?
There-ish. Probably about 6.
Good evening, Flap. So, found out anything?
Oh, how there. First of all, let me introduce you to 2 people I think you'll want to meet, especially what you've been looking into. This is points to the gentleman. This is Marcius Flux, and this fine lady here is Delphina Curtin Swift.
Ruby's eyes will fall on Marcius Flux.
Where do I know that name?
He's the guy from Kaitang.
Oh shit, that guy? Oh, nice.
He's the Exandrian.
Yeah.
And Delphina is the individual who is supposed to know basically everything about the seals of Elendor.
One of the many. And well, when we put out the word within the society that you wanted to discuss cosmic
Such sensitive topics.
such sensitive topics and also such interesting topics, well, you've got a hall of experts that want to either study or who want to advise.
Well, I think they should know the story.
I guess we'll briefly, tell them what we've done then, I guess.
Introduce ourselves first, perhaps?
That works, too.
Would you guys like about to eat? There's a dinner planned for relatively soon. We tend to have our discussions over sustenance in some way. It for the most part helps calm the energy a little bit more.
Sure. Zaraj is not here, but she's gonna whisper into her ear. Do me a favor and do a sus check on several of these guys.
I'm gonna just allow someone to take over. I'm gonna just clear the owner for Zaraj if someone wants to grab it, so you can control her roles while she's not here.
Vibe check.
Vibe check.
While we're sitting here, we got a room full of 20 people. Just from a perception standpoint, do any of them look unusual? Do any of them seem to exhibit otherworldly or other planar qualities?
Oh. Cool.
Well, we know one of them's extra planar. At least.
Yeah, give me a perception check. Give me a perception check as you look around the room.
Siraj got a...
That's a 25. Off a natural 20.
Okay.
So there is at least 2 individuals who are disguised. Their persona right now is not their normal persona.
Okay.
And you can just see through. You know when you can just see through that disguising magic. So there's that. One of them being the Azdakian-looking individual, human, sat at the table, and another being a quite like standardly dressed half-elf who is kind of keeping to themselves but looking into one of the paintings. The other that you sort of get is there is just a certain shimmer about some of the individuals in here that seem to be from... so, for example, it's a similar shimmer, say, that Copius has to their nature. There is another two individuals of what you assume to be draconic heritage in some way. They've just got that. There's just an air of, like, polymorphed dragon about them in the room.
All right.
But
no,
there's no, like, secret demon, if that's if that's...
To double down on that, Breton is also going to use one of his divine senses.
Sure. What do your divine senses give you?
It picks up on celestial, fiend, or undead.
There
Can you
is...
listen to an answer turn if there's any other planar eavesdroppers that might be here in this conversation?
Sure. There's definitely some celestial here.
Mm-hmm.
And there's definitely at least one undead.
James?
No.
Wait, does James ping is undead?
No. James does not ping is undead.
Then who is the one pinging is undead?
There is a certain air of undead about Delphina Curtenswift.
That's why she knows so much. She's a lich.
Zedaar got a 14 on an insight check.
Hard to read.
Alright. Should I do individual ones for both Delphina and for Marcius?
Yes. What is it? Just trying to insight? Just vibe check?
Just general vibe check, sus check. Yeah, 8. Someone else should have taken Zedaar. I roll like shit.
I think let's focus on the information that we're trying to glean. Curiosity can be satiated, but we do have points. If we want to have dinner in the process of this, I don't see an issue with that. We're probably going to be here a while.
Alrighty then. Or is anyone here a vegetarian? Nope. Okay then.
It's never come up before, funny enough.
James just smiled. There'd be little fangs there.
I was going to say, nobody asking James.
James is not. He's pescatarian, clearly.
The rarer the meat, the better.
He's a werewolf.
Preferably still breathing.
Yes, I'm definitely falling into the James is a mummy mentality. He's definitely not a vampire. He's a mummy.
Many of these other members friendly or kind of standoffish?
Who are you asking that to?
Flap, if he's still there.
Well, put it this way, when you're an intellectual, you don't tend to keep many friends in the same regard as you folks. This is probably the only social occasion that some of these individuals will go to this year. It makes for slightly prickly circumstance, unless they've got, say, what I've got, which is a pure academia job.
Thank you for the information. I think I'm going to go mingle. And I'm gonna just kind of go around and like say like thank you for coming and being here. You know, thank you for responding to the summons and coming to listen to what we have to say and just giving handshakes and stuff like that. And I want to see if anybody's like rings or anything like that give off anything and like any pings for like the grim psychometry, basically.
Oh, what
Kinda-
so you're trying to get, what's the scope of what?
So
It's
I
like
would
tragedy,
make-
right? And stuff like that.
Yeah, information about the sinister or tragic history of an object you are touching or your current location, but it would kind of be going for those rings that they all kind of collectively wear to see if any one of them was particularly involved in something heinous.
Okay. You start going around. I'll come back to you on that because
Yep, that's fine.
You're doing that, and that is fucking good looking out on that. But the rest of you, are you mingling, or are you wishing to talk to the two individuals that you've just been introduced to, who do make their, they do like strange pleasantries?
No, Ruby is definitely gonna eyeball Marcius Flux and the other dead one and look towards Breton.
Yeah, Breton was going to start with Delphina.
Sure.
I saw through many of the guises and stuff here. What was
Half-elf.
Delphina's general appearance? It was
Very pale, and way too much makeup.
Dark
okay.
black
So
hair,
this
excessive
is
makeup,
mundane
shoulder
means. This is
robes.
not magical means. Okay. Interesting.
Oh yeah, no.
What
She's
race
definitely
is she?
human.
And what was the half elf? Who was admiring the painting, the one you glossed over?
Yes, I said there's a half elf that was pinging as like they're not actually a half elf.
Okay, so we don't know what they are.
And Marcius Flux is also human.
Yes, he's humanoid for sure. He looks human, but his eyes are completely white. His hair like graying and curly. You've seen like similar eye features when you've come across Asimar before.
Yeah, Breton will just start with Delphina, and he'll make his just because there's this guy. Hello there. You are Delphina. I've heard a little bit about you. I'm glad to see that you were one of the individuals who was happy to be here today.
Well, you are seeming to be in my area of expertise. It is a pleasure to meet you as well.
Sir Breton.
Sir
So
Breton.
you can drop the formality if you would, sire.
I will keep, sir. I respect people's rank.
Yes, we found ourselves quite curious about the Elendor Chronicles, and namely some of the artifacts that have been discussed within their ranks. I hear that you are the foremost expert on the seals.
Do not let too many people in this room hear you say that out loud. That will not ingratiate you in most people's books, but I would be an expert, yes. Whilst I may liven up my books for the casual reader, I do know my stuff. She has a kind of quirky smile to herself, and
I like her.
she very much holds herself as like she doesn't quite ever make eye contact for more than a second, and is very blasé about how she talks.
I just got the image of like Professor Trelawney, but
Not quite,
a very
not known.
drab and opposite version, like not the colorful.
It's
but
not
just very like.
It's more aloof than that. It's not. I'm not making eye contact because I can't make eye contact with people. It's more the fact of like I'm being subtle and sly, and I know my worth, kind of.
It is a huge juxtaposition to Breton, who is very militaristic, always maintaining eye
Yes.
contact, never looking away.
Ruby
Yes.
will lean into Breton. Oh, I like her.
She would very much be not out of place in a royal court. Put it that way.
Breton hasn't mentioned the fact that she's undead yet, so we'll see how Ruby's opinion changes here in a minute. Yeah, we would love to pick your brain on that and basically just learn whatever you could help to help tell us. We've done some research and learned a few things on our own, but, well, we know just how far there is to go on that, and I'm sure that there's just a library's worth of information that you could give us on the topic.
Our quest and several of the things we've had to deal with, we've had hints. Dangers to them.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
For example, Breton is going to take out a list that they have of the seals, knowing what they are. This is not a list that has any other information about them, just Lifestone, Brawless Heart, Blade of Equilibrium, basically just the names themselves, and say, we think that we have a good start to this, but obviously this is an incomplete list. There's only a few here, and we believe there's more. I don't suppose you have any more insight into what might be. And you're just going to hand the paper over to her.
This is a pretty decent list. I see that you are half correct on some of these things. In some incorrect translations here that is made into general tone of voice. Who did the research for this? Was this yours? This is very good if this is the case.
Can't take credit for that. This was a third party that made information known to us.
Well, either they are, they know what they're talking about for the most part. You do have the name of what is considered one of the three main seals. Or the more direct objects. Of course, all of the seals come from artifacts that were used or held power within the War of the Heaven, and were either donated by various deities of the Nine Lights, who became the primary pantheon of, say, Albe, or were artifacts of the king that never was themselves.
You said we had the three main ones. Which three are considered the main ones?
Oh, yes, you have the Lifestone. It controls the power of life. It is considered a big one. And then you have which was also wielded partially by the king that never was, apparently, and the Heart Helm and the Sword of Equilibrium. Sword of Equilibrium is the colloquial nickname for the sword that was broken. That is the sword of the king that never was. You will see it in all the iconography. What is it called? What is the symbol these days? It makes it into heraldry. It is the the penitent blade, the broken blade? It is the more common name of what their weapon of choice was during that time. That was broken on. It's apparently broken when the banishment of Nerol happened. Considering
Breton's history and upbringing and all the legends and lores that come from the heroes of the Chevaliant Code, does anything like that sound familiar?
In what regard?
In the regard of a weapon like that, I can imagine that if there was any hero of the religious order of the Nardathel, that my brain is drawing a blank on the like the Chevalier Argent and the Knights in Order, like the legends that associate with all of those knights. Is there any story, any legend that might have been connected to a story of a blade breaking like that?
Roll me a religion check.
Okay.
Or
I
history.
realize this might be a bit of they're the same roll. I'll go with religion because it's more appropriate.
Renewed shall be
22.
The blade that was broken. The crownness shall again be king.
Breton's been trying a lot to see if any of these stories were basis for the original faith of what would become the Chevalier Argents, like legends and lores.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm stuck in Delphina. So, going all the way back to founding myths of Nardathel, the original Fionia, Gilliam de Fionia, where the language gets its namesake, the character gets its namesake, he was a general of the king that never was, and took who would become his people, the Nardathelians, across to Nardathel once it was created, to settle and make a new land, sort of thing. There is rumor that one of his artifacts is part of the broken sword of the hero. And the Chevalier Argent in one of his stories actually was trying to find the broken blade, the broken part of the blade that was given to Guillaume de Fionia, because it was stolen by a I think in the story it's an evil tree spirit, and many of the
shit again. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes. And many of the various other heroic knights also tried to find this, but the Chevalier Argent was the only one who did find its resting place, and then swore to,
keep it a secret.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. This is information we did not have, and I very much appreciate it. I wasn't aware that one of these had been even considered broken.
Oh, most of the things that were seals are often damaged in some way.
What of Brayla's heart? Oh, sorry.
It is a portion of their power is required to maintain the hold, shall we speak, the seal itself. Therefore, quite often in the process of them becoming or being selected as artifacts to form the seals, they were chosen because they were broken or could be broken in some way to divin off their power, sort of thing.
What do you know about Brayla's heart?
It was a gift as well. It's a Brayla's heart is a there is 3 or 4 of them. It is not quite clear. Each given to her children, and then either one of the ones from her child was given to the hero, or a 4th was made for the hero. And it was seen as an honor. It was said to amplify healing, which, in accordance when combined with the power of, say, the Lifestone, would prove to be give the hero control over life and death itself in quite a sweeping manner.
What form does that artifact take? Like an amulet or what?
It is. It could be set in many things. Last, I think it was rumored to be inside of the tiara, but it is a gem itself, shaped like a heart.
I think you would find our tale very interesting, Miss Delphina. And perhaps over dinner we should discuss the adventures of the Skyfire Adventuring Company with you, and perhaps your insights into some things that we have seen.
You do me an injustice, making me think I have not heard of you already.
Well, there are things we haven't told most of the world about.
I'm not most of the world, but I look forward to it.
The Ruby's vibe check just went sour. What have you heard?
Well, I was studying in a old dwarven city at one point. I heard a rumor. I heard the rumor of a certain adventuring group to study and then dispatch of 2 scaled individuals. I also heard of some individuals that may have returned the long lost heir to Allegrang's land to its rightful home. I think that you are going gallivanting without making the news.
You do a lot of traveling.
Yes.
Anywhere in particular?
Here and there, book tours, signings, studying missions.
You ever seen Compound? It's in the Rien.
I have seen Compound. I'm sure many people in this room would have seen Compound. I've not seen it lately, however, considering what happened there.
Yes, it was unfortunate when that was something that came about, but but you were nearby at the time, weren't you?
Yes, I was actually heading there.
And Breton just smiles and nods, but there's a look that he gives Ruby when she mentions that.
Kind of look. Sure. One more question. Ruby will pull out her journal and flip to a particular page called The Floating Island Incident.
Okay.
And she will hold up her drawing of an entity. At least her best representation of it.
Hmm.
You ever seen one of these?
She looks... No, but... Marcius cuts in. I know of what you speak. Well, of what you have drawn there.
What are they?
They are... What do you say? Gatekeepers? They're extraplanar beings that are both servants of the king that never was, and depending on how you look at it, captors of them. Ever since the first green and pleasant day, these individuals have kept the status quo. They see a threat to the seals or anything of the sort, they are quick to act. He begins to unbutton his shirt. And he kind of...
At least have dinner first.
He, reveals, horrific scar tissue all across his, left side. I barely survived an encounter when I had my accident.
I don't think you ran into one of the seals on an island, do you, Breton? You weren't there. I'm sorry, that was Zedaar.
Wasn't there.
Zep, who I'm assuming is there.
Yeah, Zep has been there all along.
You don't think we ran into a seal there? What was that gentleman's name?
Give me a moment and I will use my copious intelligence to try and find the name.
I too call Control F my copious intelligence.
Exactly.
Control F my copious intelligence is should be on a t-shirt.
It should be.
We should definitely use Control F as shorthand for just remembering things in the future.
Yeah, I like that so much.
Memory recall, yeah.
Yeah.
Several months ago, we were traveling and came across a floating island. Curious? And talked to an individual who, as I'm sure you can understand, wasn't from around here.
Did they tell you they were traversing various pathways? Any chance?
Yes.
And timelines.
I know of them.
This is for the DM.
Regardless, when we
Isn't this guy on the floating island the guy who told us to talk to Marcius?
Yes.
yes, that's
Yeah.
why I'm trying to get his name.
All right, cool.
He's also what put us on the path for worrying the seals were failing, because him being here meant the seals were failing.
Right, yeah, okay.
He is the primary reason why we are here. I wish I could remember the name. And the more we questioned him, the more things began to get a little peculiar. And it all culminated with a big old shit show, for lack of a foster clock.
Mm-hmm.
When
To use a
one of our
technical term.
The technical term. When one of our party members attempted to contact his deity, and the deity's response was, "Oh no."
Mm-hmm.
And then this entity appeared, and subsequently blew the island the fuck up.
Yes, they'll probably do that.
How is that a threat to the seals? We are trying to protect them. We were not threatening him.
What do you know of the nature of the cosmos?
That's a really broad question.
Exactly.
Well, I
Hi.
died and got better, but also have a split personality, so I'm a little more in tune with things than most.
If I could give my personal insight on this is not something I was made intimately aware of. If my job is to make sure that something remains a secret, if somebody is asking too many questions to somebody who has undue knowledge about that, and you are aware of this individual more in depth than you are others, I wouldn't like this person being questioned.
Correct.
But if the seals are being threatened as they are, and these creatures clearly have some sort of omniscience about them, why aren't they acting against the current threats?
Because they cannot act on things that originate here. Your
And he
fellow
was not from here.
was not from here. I am a proponent of a interesting theory of
Breton just hold up a finger. Does that mean it's dangerous for us to talk to you?
not quite. I sorted that.
Interesting. I'd like to know how you did that, but we'll put a pin in that one.
I know the important questions.
I'm not finding this guy's name at all. Sorry.
I modified my own memory to give myself a certain block when it comes to information that would cause issues. So things that I've seen that I can talk about as someone who is of a transitive plane. But there are other elements that I had to purge in order to ensure my survival.
Mm-hmm.
I am a living representation of the folly of man. Quite easily I could traverse the plains again. That would be no issue, but the true secret as to my own way home, that is something I am without. Or the true meaning of various things that have to be kept the way they are for stability's sake. I'm a proponent of what is known as throughout the years and throughout the planes, there has been various theories on how things are put together. I'm a proponent of a relatively new school of thought when it comes to various cosmology. One that is, there is infinite planes that form out of a hall of mirrors, so to speak. Each one like the other, but subtle differences. Kingdoms, landmasses, people. Heck, I could possibly even exist in multiple Variable planes, different spellings of my name, different birthrights, but still the same but different. I have, of course, knowledge that some of these planes exist. I'm on one now. I come from a different. As far as I'm aware, there was no Marcius flux here before I landed. And I've only been able to discover true intent of, and prove categorically of, planes that exist without me. But who's to say if there's any more that do exist? It's all theory. It's all untenable. I both hate that I had to forget, but my self-preservation is apparently stronger than my own quest for knowledge.
Can't learn anything if you're dead.
I try to skirt the line as much as I possibly can. Still on the topic.
Now we need to bring it together. Between the seals, and the multiverse, and those who are threatening them. We have a theory. Where's dinner? She's suddenly hungry.
Well, before you get onto that, Bane.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. James, should I say. You work your way around the room introducing yourself. There's various travelers that come from all parts of the globe. You eventually come to the individual looking out the window. They have a glass of wine in hand, and you shake their hand and you do your grim psychometry on the ring. And
Do you want me to roll the history check first?
yes, please.
Let me just make sure I don't get it. I do have advantage. Okay. Second. That'll be a 17.
I'm just trying to get the description of Grimside Commentary up again.
Do you want me to drop it for you?
That'd be great if you could.
There you go.
I can just grab what kind of info you get. You get an image come to mind in like a flash that is accompanied by a scream and a gargle as you are placed into the body of the individual that you are shaking hands with as they tower over a deceased individual and you just get the flicker of the image of them looking at their hand with a ring on it, and the hand is just covered in blood. That's what you get.
And that's the halfling by the
Half
excuse me,
elf
by the window. Half elf by the
Yes.
Oh, well met. Sorry about that. I just got a weird headache. Hi, I'm James. Thank you for coming. May I have your name?
He looks at you quizzically. Conil. Pleasure's on mine.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that name.
Zan Conil.
Oh, Zam Connell.
So Zancoril. Sorry, Cornil. Zan Conil.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Gotcha.
all one word.
Zan. Well met, Zan Connell.
You are part of the group of adventurers that summoned us here. No?
Yes, I am. Newly joined at that. Still kind of getting acquainted myself to the whole end of the world coming. I guess that's happening.
Well, the end of the world has been spoken about multiple times throughout history. It's not the first time.
That's very true. What kind of speciality do you, follow along with?
Oh, I'm a leading specialist on the Fae history, shall we say.
Was that DM stalling looking up the information, or was that actual hesitation?
That was actual history, actual hesitation.
I would like to insight that to see if they are lying. That would be a 14.
Hard to say. But with that insight, you do notice that there is something about them that seems off. There's like a subtle haze to their own visage. They look to be portraying something that they are not. Magically, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. That's quite interesting information. What particularly do you favor about the Fae? What kind of drew you into them?
Well, I have Fae lineage, of course, but I was always fascinated with those who would choose to give up something so illustrious as immortality to stay somewhere here. Somewhere like here.
Do you wish you could have been part of those that made the choice to go back to the Feywilds?
Aye.
And I'm guessing you would have gone then.
I'd like to have seen what the Feywilds intended. I'd like to have danced in the summer court. I would have had my fill, but I'm not even someone who would classically be allowed.
Oh, and why is that? What keeps you from...
Oh, my mixed blood. It is, I wouldn't have, allowed me through.
I quite understand that type of thinking. Considering, and he'll point to his red eyes. It's kind of funny how sometimes you're welcomed with open arms and looked at with disgust the next place you go.
He kind of nods at you and goes, "And you're looking at the more pleasant version of me."
Oh, really? Is there a particular reason why you're keeping your natural visage hidden?
Damage, mostly.
Ah.
People tend to stare when they see the rest.
Well, I will bother you no further, and I must say thank you for the pleasant conversation, but I must get back to my friends at this point.
Absolutely.
It was such a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
You do me a
Zan
wisdom.
Cornel.
Can you make me a wisdom saving throw, please?
Mm-hmm. I gotta see if this affects my... Okay. Wisdom save, you said, right?
Yep.
Natural 20.
It was like this individual just tried to read your mind.
How would?
And are yours, Mr. Willoughby?
I do hope you enjoy our story.
He nods.
And I will walk away.
Which character was that? Sorry, I just want to make sure my notes are
It's
on it.
the half elf that's looking out at the like active painting.
Cool, thank you.
Just as it's announced that dinner is about to be served as well, you hear a loud and like a pop of smoke, and like someone's almost tumble in through the door, or an archway in the back of the room that like glows for a moment, almost like it is a portaled door, and they tumble through. It looks to be a short human individual, real thick grey beard, scraggly grey hair, really accentuatedly long fingernails, classic purple wizard's hat, and like purple robes, and they look very gaunt. Sorry I'm late, everybody. Did I miss the dinner?
No, food's coming soon, I think.
What? Good. And they kind of just brush themselves off and like go off in a world of their own. You also, it's not hard to tell. There was a big like sort of sigh and eye rolls just across a lot of the other professors in the room as this individual entered.
Well, that certainly was an entrance, wasn't it?
Who was that to? Was that to you, rest of your friends?
To the rest of the group as I get back.
It seems one that wasn't particularly welcome, though, looking around.
I'm probably just a little eccentric.
Maybe is always a little too late.
Are you still near Delphina and Marcia?
Yeah.
As it goes, and Delphina goes, that and Mort there is a
Not so magnificent.
He practices magic that most people probably shouldn't.
Mort! Why is that name familiar?
Because we've heard it before.
Yes.
The name Mort the Magnificent very much rings a bell.
Yeah, they were the mascot of this channel for a while.
Yep. They used to introduce all the previous podcasts as well for the other shows we had.
That's who you cosplayed as.
Correct.
Okay.
It's your literal alter ego. It's your DM self-insert.
No,
Yay,
that's
the
not my.
self-insert.
It's one of my many. You've already met half of them.
All of them. Every NPC. So Marcius, going back to the topic of this island individual and the planar beings, it's actually the Air Genasi that we met on the island that actually gave us your name and told us that you were someone we were maybe interested in speaking to. We were actually planning on going to see you after we were finished in Atria. Does the name Bizan ring a bell to you?
Bizan. Yes, I know Bizan.
Think he's dead, or he got on the wrong side of those extra planar beings.
He's probably not dead. Bizan has way too much of a skill set to just dispose of like that. I doubt that you caused enough of an issue that caused them death. More likely that they had themselves reset. Maybe sent back a couple of 100 years mentally.
How do you know him?
If I recall, it was before things got a bit hazy. I was doing some research into the plane of elements, the elemental, and I came across them in the astral plane, along with a number of their guild. Nice fellow. Like all of them, very fond of maps. Those who followed the ley lines were of particular use to me. I had to ask for permissions multiple times to try and work out things, but even they only have a tantamount knowledge compared to certain things. Even they are forced to forget if they get too close to the truth.
Who enforces this truth? Who tells people what they can and can't know?
Well, I would argue that in some cases, the people in this room, in terms of the masses, control, even though the exploration of knowledge is pinnacle, it takes trust to have certain elements of information.
No. Every time we get close to something, we find out that the truth has been altered, distorted, lost to time and history, or outright protected by divine entities.
Correct. We must either, depends on who you ask in this room again, either it is for our protection or it is to make us subservient.
Fear and control. Fucking gods.
Not just the gods who use fear and control to get things done. The world has always worked this way. Every world works this way, sadly. Know where I come from? There's various institutes and kings and queens who use their power to do the exact same thing as people do here.
My philosophical problem with people taking away the agencies of individuals is entirely unrelated to that.
Oh, it is a week's worth of conversation at the very least.
Which we don't have.
Also, courses of food start coming out. It seems to be a steak that you don't quite recognize.
Do I get temporary hit points from it?
No, but it's very. It's in like a red wine sauce. Like
Salty.
And it's tough. It's tough steak. It's not like, well, the outer rim, like the outer side of like the steak is very tough, but the center is very like soft. It's a weird. It's almost like a really overcooked steak on the rim, and then like brisket in the middle. But it's like, no, it's almost just like the natural formation of this steak is just not quite that of a bovine nature, for example.
It's like a cat treat that's got the hard shell and then the soft inner bit.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, because
Okay.
it's like everything got cooked and encrusted in like char on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
Trap and all that.
Cooked using dragon's breath.
Breton.
Yeah, group. I think at some point we need to have a group huddle as the food's coming in.
Yeah.
So, half the people in this room are not what they appear to be.
No.
I mean,
Wait,
half the
no, they're
individual.
not?
Half the individuals in this room are under some form of guise or shimmer, some form of illusion or something hiding their true form. I can I can feel the celestial coming off some of them, and our friend Delphina over there is actually undead.
She's what?
Just collapse her mouth.
Yes, that was quite the good joke.
And I don't pretend to know what that means in the situation. I'm not going to jump to any conclusions, but clearly this collection of individuals is one of, well, this secret society is not just for the common masses. This is something of powerful individuals of immense knowledge, so it stands to reason there will be a few unusual sorts about them, but the fact that there are several dragons and divine beings as well as this undead, there is some suspicion here.
And who are we to judge an undead individual? I mean, Ruby, you're partially dead and
No.
not at the same time.
I am not even slightly dead.
Well,
Darius.
you were for a while. I did see you get disintegrated.
And I
Mostly dead.
came back.
I got
Darius,
better.
I am not undead. Ruby actually looks a little pissed off that insinuation was made.
For clarification,
What's the difference?
is there any precedent for people seeking? Because obviously, when we hear a person is undead, our first thought is that they are some form. If there's a mage, there's some form of lich. Is there any precedent for other means of undeath that is not associated with malevolence?
Vampirism?
Because vampirism obviously exists. We have
Yep.
something that approaches that in the party.
James would be able to
I was
get
thinking of the
very good
clerical
in.
version.
Well, there's
I
a
was thinking-
there's a
That's
lot.
the other point. We can't judge. James is here.
Like-
and we associate with him. And,
James
like,
would
it's
have
like
some
1/18.
decent insight, honestly, because, for example, Havare is, as a nation, is full of all sorts of curses where you get varying levels of undead, whether it's been people who are sired from undead lineages, whether it's blood curses, whether it's like actual undeath, where liches are a rumored thing, and also like one of those things of like fabled heroes even so would have been like dealt with. There are like lichdom is very much illegal in various places. Like the undead is a very broad topic. But you can probably, I think, just even from the early conversation, you can probably hint that she's from Havare, or at least sounds like she is.
As far as I can tell, the only thing she's guilty of, other than the other suspicions I have about her, is wearing too much makeup. But I do find it curious that she mentioned specifically she had heard of the Skyfire Adventuring Company, and that she was actually in Modwin when the Skyfire was there, when the dragons attacked. And I made a point of asking if she had visited Compound, and she said not recently. But if she was traveling to Modwin through there, what are the odds that she was also in Compound when Compound was attacked? There is it's a loose string to say the least, but that's an odd coincidence.
Seem to know a great deal about us, including that we were carrying Joanna.
Perhaps she has one of the seals.
She certainly knows the most about them.
Real.
And Breton will also share the information. Actually, most of you were there for that, so you guys got the information about us. The significant seals, the three main seals. That was common knowledge. Yeah.
Real quick, we need to maintain our faculties because that individual over there by the window, half-elf gentleman, goes by the name of Zan Cornell. Had a slightly pleasant conversation with him where he tried to read my mind. And I also got a flash of a pretty gruesome murder by his own hand.
I think that there are people amongst this ring of esteemed individuals who might be perhaps contrary to our beliefs, and we should be careful and guarded about what information we reveal.
There's a reason I wanted to ask questions before we started talking about why we were here and what we were doing.
Yeah.
So one of the things we should probably keep under wraps is Joanna's true self.
Yeah, it's the other reason I phrased the information we had about the seals was purely a list or not a knowledgeable sort. With this group, they are knowledgeable to be certain, but this is not a group of moral justification. This is a group of knowledge for knowledge's sake. The purpose and reasoning before the knowledge they gain here is their own selfish desires to use. We should not trust these people so much as that we can just talk to these people.
And knowledge can very easily corrupt.
Especially this.
Yes, after meeting Flap and the Minotaurs, I really was hopeful that we were under some good company.
No, it makes perfect sense that those who would also seek to destroy the seals would be a part of a group that knows about them. Maybe they are just in the dark as we are. That's why it's taken them so long.
You keep saying people are trying to control the knowledge. Well, you have to know the knowledge to be able to control who knows it.
So what do we do now? It's not like we can just kidnap any of them and force them to talk.
We finished getting what information we can. We don't give away any information that we have, and we follow what leads we can get.
I suspect that some information will need to be brought up, otherwise they will not share their own.
I do say that there's no harm in just revealing that there is a problem going on, that we do reveal that obviously a dragon appeared and that it seems like there is a crisis of the world, and try and gauge who already seems to have that information under their belt and who is more surprised to hear that. Like when we were speaking with Flap, well, to hear that he seemed like, I would not say perturbed, but it did not seem like he had already had that information. If somebody here is, assuming with one of these individuals is associated with the scorned ones of them, then that information might come off as something that they were already under the impression of. But
Why
that
not?
could be a difficult thing to read.
Why not, as we tell our tale? I'm sorry. I forgot what I was going to say. Wow. Sorry. Carry on.
Were you going to suggest that we have Zedaar just kind of peer into what people were thinking while we're telling this tale to see what people's responses are?
No, oh, thank you. No, what I was going to say was, why don't we have them kind of mark the trail for us? You know what I'm saying? Like, let's not reveal what we have connected the dots to. Let's try and just present some information we've found and try and let them fill in the missing spaces and connect the dots for us.
We could begin with the portal incident that we occurred when we were traveling across the Rien.
We could start farther back. We could see what they know about the dragon attacks and targeted locations. And by omitting information, if they give away information that we know is truthful, that could be useful. If they give away information that seems deliberately false, then that is a red flag.
Are you talking about the portal that was in the barn with the spider?
Yeah.
That was before Compound. I apologize. Breton wouldn't have known that.
Yeah, that was pre.
Breton also would not have known that.
Well, that's why Ruby suggested it, because it's far enough back that it could be a lot of different things, but only a few people know for sure.
How much of Breton's just like, wait, what portal incidents?
You read my journal.
So we are going to talk about the Death Hole, the Dragon Portal, the Dragon Attacks.
Breton never read Ruby's journal.
Yeah.
The only information he got from it is what Soul would tell him.
He's a knight. You really think he'd go in his, person's journal?
I don't know. Knowledge is so well controlled around this frickin' place.
What else could be irrelevant?
Well, we could also talk about the sign.
And the astral pariahs, I believe, is the name of the gatekeeper creatures.
I would specifically not mention anything that happened in Redberry
I won't.
for obvious reasons.
We don't talk about
No
Joanna.
specifics. And as soon as she says Joanna, it's just like, we also don't know how well we're already being overheard just talking about this right here.
Then she is the girl that never was.
Let's see what you did there, Zep. That was good. I hated it.
Okay. Let's have dinner. I'm actually kind of curious about the steak. Maybe I can make it better. My initial impressions are it's too salty.
How can you tell that just by looking at it?
Trust me.
It's served with like a turnip mash, and it's like it seems to have this grated, just
They
from
don't
your
have
own
any
insight,
tomatoes.
it's like a grated sort of like it's like fine mushroom shavings as well, and there's also some steamed like carrots once you lift up the steak itself, kind of thing, that it's on a bed of.
Never had carrots in a red wine reduction, but I imagine that's fine.
I am incredibly, like, commoner when it comes to what I eat, so this is all weird to me.
Should we talk
It's
about...
a fucking sauce? I don't know.
Should we talk about the Eladrin declaration of war? There were some details in that as well that could be discussed.
And he
Good,
does.
Yes.
And the fact that this was done, and they, in the missive itself, it was that the Empire of Man is falling, and this is why the Eladrin are declaring this war. It could lend credence to the idea that everything is going wrong, but
Yeah, if I remember correctly, to the treacherous pretender that calls themselves Duke, the kings of the various shattered lands of the east, it is by the grace given to me by the Fey realms, it is by my hand that, I don't remember this part, that the time of the king was, that never was, is shaken and failing. It is up to those who were here before to return to the order that was ordained to them. I give you this courtesy purely out of respect for those who do not wish to fight. I give you 10 days to submit or you will feel my wrath. Signed, some stupid elf.
It's a good memory.
You know the funny thing about that story, Zep? The king that never was and the Eladrin the Immortal supposedly got along.
Up to a point.
The whole
Up
point
to
with the summit as well was to end immortality, and I mean,
Yeah.
guy that has the name Eladrin the Immortal is probably not going to take too kindly to his friend deeming the end of immortality. I mean,
Well, I am inclined to think that again, it's just theories, that he's not in charge.
To be fair, Eladrin the Immortal is not actually immortal anymore. He did give up his immortality. It was just a kind of honorary moniker that was given to him, title-wise.
Right, but regardless.
he's still alive.
no,
It's-
he was no, that was the this is research we did as the elven god whose name escapes the player at the moment. I cannot remember off the top of my head. It's not Krellin, is
Krellin?
it?
Yeah.
Oh, it is Krellin. That's right. That's the Forgotten Realms one. So I wasn't sure if it was the same one. When Krellin ascended, it was his last gift to the elves. That's where he got the name Eladrin the Immortal, as he was the last immortal of the elvish people.
But that...
Then
Mm.
I might have been misreading something in the research I was doing.
Oh, yeah, Zeppo actually wasn't there for that bit, but my notes say that.
Yes.
I have to
He's
read
more
on
Eladrin the exceptionally long-lived, as opposed to the immortal.
it. Yeah, he's not actually immortal.
at a point, what's
Okay.
the difference?
But It would be interesting. I don't know how well these individuals would know that information, so to put forth the actual motivations of Eladrin the Immortal might spring some interest and might reveal some nuggets of truth.
So the information we are discussing is the Death Hole, the Eladrin Declaration of War, the Dragon Portal, the Dragon Attacks, and Bazan.
Yeah.
There was a portal quite close to us when we encountered the Onion Knight, but we never checked it out.
Also the Void Dragon.
Yeah, Void Dragon is a pretty big one, especially if it is,
The one that popped up when we were crossing the ocean.
Oh yeah, that is what I meant by the Dragon Portal.
Okay.
Do we want to mention the Gem Dragon specifically?
I think we should. It is common knowledge that we fought it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you announced that one in Senate.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah, we
six
we
things.
just encountered this thing from your country's mythology and legend and history, and we killed it. Sorry.
Speaking of, now that during dinner, another individual actually enters. Mordred, one that you recognize. The High Priest
Ah, yeah.
takes a seat.
Ah,
You guys
that is
see
the,
this.
Truly the most suspicious of all of them.
You see this individual that looks like essentially like human for like the center of their face, and then like draconic features for like neck and head. They have, it seems to be some wings as well, like tucked in, and they seem to be in a long flowing red robe that matches, and they've got like red scales.
This is what happens when the bard gets his way.
That is the High Priest of the Temple of Bahamut. I spoke to him earlier. He seems like a natural ally in this. And one thing which I am very interested in is the religious circles of Atria seem to be outside the political ones. Might be more trustworthy as a result.
Well, I guess there's nothing left to do but to sit down, have dinner, and have this discussion.
Okay. So, it's what we're actually going to do right now, because you guys are about to head into this discussion. We're 4 minutes away from our break, so we're going to take our midpoint break now, and then we'll come back with the rest of this discussion. So, if you're watching, we will see you in 10 minutes' time. Use this time, grab yourself a stretch, grab yourself a drink if you need to, and we will see you in a moment. Oh, good day. I'm Martin Sanderson, and I'm the CEO of Avari Military Solutions. We here at Avari know that it doesn't take much to cause problems out on the frontier, whether that be from local pirate raids, neighboring interstellar powers, or even just an unhappy populace with unreasonable demands. Just what is a small to mid-sized regional power to do when faced with these problems? You look to Avari for your solutions. With open-ended contracts, well-trained personnel, state-of-the-art aerospace forces, and competitive rates, we stand ready to help find the right solution to your problem. So if you have a problem, why not call Avari for your solution? Our operators are waiting to take your call, and consultations are free of charge.
Avari Military Solutions, a solution for your problem.
Avari Military Solutions is not licensed to operate within the Kark and Grey Baronies, the Andes Corps, or any Class A combat zones. AMS is a subsidiary of Omni Radiance Holdings, a family company.
When is a story more than a story? When a tale is more than words on paper? When is an ad more than the script it's written on? In the darkest and deepest annals of our own history, worlds of wonder and splendor burst through like a blister made of hope. From the brain that's rattled and riddled with madness, a radiant pustule. Writing, art, that's storytelling. That is the true lust of life. too can beautifully indulge in art. Like fans of the greats. Shakespeare, King, Tolkien, Seuss, Mercer. You too can indulge through Twitch Prime. Get extended access to a wealth of knowledge with a simple click, an emotion so small that it could endlessly amount possibilities. Embrace those feelings. Support art. Support the component cast.
Though much is taken, much abides. And though we are not that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, we are. One equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield.
If we take this job, someone is going to get hurt. Not me, of course. I'm an effing delight. You do what you do, I'll do what I do. I'll keep the red stuff inside of you.
Buddy, we live in Night City. Just breathing can get you killed.
This sort of job? Bullets flying, people dying, gangers riding, corpos trying. Trying to take what they don't already own. Doesn't matter. For us, just another day at the office.
When the world seems bleak, you follow your heart. Take that stage without hesitation and give it everything you've got.
There's a lot more to this city than you'd think. You just gotta dive beneath the surface. People like me, we dive into the depths.
And we're back. So, courses are brought out. There's various food, and there is a big old, like, you guys didn't take your seats directly and then went to your seats, and there's a big chatter, like, people are just, like, it's a very long, thin table, and people are sitting in twos. Under your strict orders, Zedaar sits relatively near to the individual you want them to mind read, but not, like, right next to them. The rest of you are you can either group up or spread out. It depends up to you. If anyone wants to sit next to someone in particular, you may do so, but there's like conversation that's breaking out throughout the table kind of thing. So
I'll sit across from Zedaar if I can, or kind of in that general vicinity, kind of trying to have a opposite perspective of the individual.
And
I'll be around there too.
Not every individual that was initially in the room has sat down to eat. Some of them look to be like younger apprentices, etc. Kind of like have a kids table, so to speak. Over, but it's like been separated slightly. They've gone into what seems to be like a secondary room, and in this chamber that you're in, although a long hall, you do notice like there is that archway at the end, which the individual that was identified as Mort like came in through, almost like it's a way, like a location in which people can like rapid teleport in. But next to that there is like a like what looks to be the impressions of possibly a staircase that can come out of the wall, to because if you look up there is like a doorway that is currently like inaccessible, other than by sure as clearly something happens to allow you to get up there kind of thing. And it seems like there are like little antechambers, I guess, that you could always like parlor off into once the meal is complete.
Like where coffee and brandy is served.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All the libraries, little
studies and
smoking rooms. This seems to be like this seems to be like an extension of the private-ish chambers of Procopius, who is also sat at the table as well. Yeah. So, how would you like to handle this?
Taking the lead on most of this, if somebody else wants to go forth and talk about this. Admittedly, I don't have first-hand experience of half the things that people are going to bring up here, so somebody else might be a better idea.
It should probably be done between myself, Ruby, and Volmir, and Darius, as we are the ones who have been here the longest.
What about the parts Ruby wasn't there for? Breton jokes. That was it. That was a subtle Breton joke. Yes.
I was there, Breton, sort of.
I think that
Breton just takes a drink of his wine.
That just brings up like philosophy questions. Like, does that mean that Ruby was
or things we don't have time for?
Just unable to control anything.
No, I was guarding the worst parts of myself. Anyway.
If it is yourself.
Exactly.
That is a tough battle.
Anyway.
So I am not much of a natural speaker. It is probably more down to Darius and Volmir to lead the tale, but I can fill in where details are needed. Again, Ruby, there were moments that you were not entirely there, but if you have things to add, you may of course do so.
So Zeb, do you, and I'm saying this out loud so, people around can hear. You remember that, the portal we encountered in the barn? The spider thing?
Yeah, when I enlarged myself and Braun and fired the blunderbuss like a cannon. I remember this well.
That was pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. That portal, though. You reckon that's somehow linked to this?
I have my doubts. That seem to be more to a realm of death or something like this. I know that the Church of Rian was very interested.
I believe we determined that one connected to the Abyss.
That rings a bell, actually.
An individual she is a female individual who has like that kind of gray hair. Just the point is that sort of that it's like kind of brownish grayish hair, short, like kept very short at the sides, like almost like shaved but grown out, but relatively long on top, in what seem to be very plain robes, like nicely cut, they're not like a monk's like tattered tied robes. It's like nicely cut gray robes with a slightly blackened collar area, scar over like covering part of her lip and eye, who initially was not very active in philosophical conversation, but does like her attention definitely draws in when you mention this, and he goes, "The abyss, you say?" In a very clearly Rhiannian kind of accent, it seems.
Can I recount what I saw with my devil sight when looking into the hole? Like with these, I think there was a bunch of like these spider doodads crawling up out of it.
That is worrying. I haven't heard of a concentration that large.
Well, the Rhiannian church got to the place pretty quickly.
Before the war broke out.
Yes.
The war? What war are you talking about?
She looks at James like he's an idiot.
How? Like, how do you not know this? Or I don't understand why you're trying. I don't know.
I mean, I've been at sea quite a lot. I've done a lot of traveling.
The Eladrin Empire.
There is no physical way you have gone through this group so far and not heard about the War of the Eladrin Empire. There's no way.
We met you in the middle of a battle for it.
And if you're playing dumb,
Got you.
whack! Gibbs slap upside his head.
Oh, that's war.
Ah, yes, the one that is ravaging the country as we speak. Ah, yes, that one.
Lay off the wine, James.
I
Or have some blood.
Are you offering?
You wouldn't want mine.
I would be. Could you give me an accurate description of these creatures?
I will do minor illusion to show a minor illusion of one. Incredibly useful little party trick.
They emerged from a chasm which we found in a barn. It seemed that the earth was breathing as nauseous gases erupted from every breath, and some kind of death spiders spawned from it and came out.
Excuse me, I'm choking my drink again.
Probably stop doing that.
Is this the guy or is this Midge?
You should stop doing that.
That's the second time I've done that this evening. Boy, interesting. I haven't heard of a breakage that goes to that level of the abyss before, but it's certainly interesting. You say this was near where? I would love to go and study and see how we could...
It was Bolnby.
Ah. Oh, yes. Well, I'll add it to my list of places I need to try and approve, get access to with the tithe.
Good luck.
Where are my manners? My name is Hedwig Waltz. I am a demonologist.
Hedwig Waltz, did you say?
Ruby Sunderstar, sorcerer.
Valmar Kensek. Nothing special about me.
Fire. You're horny.
In fact, this is probably something we should do for the table as a whole, so that we can come to know each other as these discussions continue. I am Zeb Skyspan of the Skyfire Adventuring Company, and these are my companions. We are here to talk to you about the various events which have been surrounding and arising recently.
Indeed, we do.
Yes.
The majority of the table begin to introduce themselves. The ones that haven't already introduced themselves properly are an eccentric individual that goes by the name of Mort the Magnificent. There is a certain individual who has a silvery shimmer to themselves. Hold on, let me just grab their name. Named Vitus. They don't give a last name. And the only other individual I don't think that anyone's caught the name of yet is a long-haired woman in a sort of a green robe who calls herself Lyra. Again, does not give a surname.
There was also the dwarf with the monk hair that did not.
Oh, sorry. The dwarf with the monk hair is a guy called Dagran Tawny, and the person who looks like from the Azdakian Caliphate gives the name Lexus Keys.
And there is also the high priest. We never got that name.
Oh, did you not? Let me dig that that one out.
Who called me? Tim?
Bernard.
Septim Queso.
Like the dip? I'm sorry.
So SEPTIMKAESO.
I feel like that just translates into cheese stick. Septum queso. Cheese stick.
So there were two potentially dragons. I'm guessing one of them was the silvery shimmer, Ephitus. Who was the other?
An individual that's no longer in the room.
Okay.
Wait, what? Where do they go?
They went out with the other individuals that look to be apprentices.
Okay.
So there was an apprentice that was disguised, basically.
These wouldn't be disguised. These gave these gave readings under what Breton did, like his divine sense. The people that were disguised was the Azdakian individual, Lexus Keys, and the half elf.
Oh, okay. And the other two were the.
There was a number of individuals that gave celestial or sort of planar spattering.
Gotcha.
I don't think you've actually corroborated who was what between each other. So
no, aside from pointing out and
the Delphine's dead.
And then Delphi.
Well, Delphina stands up with a glass raised. Let me be the first to get our friends here acquainted, and now that we're all acquainted, sorry, that we should introduce them, and not introduce them. I'm excited. Let us welcome them to the circle of knowledge that we present, and hope that our knowledge and understanding will help them unearth what it is they seek.
Good evening. My name is Anrayne Sunderstar. Most people will just call me Ruby. She will put back down.
I'm Sir Breton Montelier. I am the the title, I can't remember the exact title, but it's I'm the Knight Aide of Anrayne Sunderstar of the House Sunderstar.
Hi, I'm Belmar Kensek of Kensek Keep in Eladrin Empire. That's me. Yeah, I'm gonna sit down.
Hello. I am James Augustine Willoughby. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Then I'll sit back down.
Braun stands up. Hello. My name is Braun. I am from Lake Rog's land. Good day to all of you. It's back down.
Zep had already introduced himself.
Darius, I think, was last.
Zaraj will do it as well.
I am Zaraj of specifically the night variety, and I am nobody. Don't worry about me.
I'm not here.
Darius, there's a quick thing. Is your sister here as well?
Yeah, probably. Oh, definitely. Now that after what happened last week, yeah.
Okay.
Now Darius stands up. Darius Renard of the Renard Company, and my sister Claudia Renard of the Renard Company.
Stands up and bows. Darius, give me a quick perception check, would you?
How many people's stuff does she have on her?
Your sister,
Perception?
yes, and your sister has the shield, correct?
The Sentinel Shield?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see a reason why I would take it back.
No, it's just so I know for my rolls.
Is it still crappily
Oh!
with the
Oh!
I gotta know for what I'm rolling for her.
21.
You kind of side eye with your sister because you kind of both notice it at the same time, but you clock that Delphine recognizes your name. There's like a very quizzical look from her for a flash, and so Delphina and kind of, it was like she almost got away with it, but just that there was a tweak in her eyes that went of acknowledgement there.
Okay. Sit back down.
Okay.
Well, where to begin with our story? Not all of us here, but most of us, were brought together by circumstances beyond our control, and have led us through a confluence of events that, for lack of a better term, have been somewhat remarkable. We have journeyed across the Rien and beyond, mostly as adventurers. And the DM walks away. Can you still hear me, Midge?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, Midge has got those wireless heads.
Okay, I'm just making sure. As adventurers. And across that time, we had encountered strange phenomenon. And as some of you are no doubt aware, dragon attacks. Not the standard variety of going into a dark cave and finding a redness sitting on a horde. These were in the open, attacking openly. Compound was the first place we really encountered them. But we later encountered a few more in our journeys, including a very large topaz one. Which he eyes the crowd, which I believe some of you have heard about.
There's like some affirming nods.
Additionally to that, we also encountered other peculiar phenomenon. To include, shall we say, extraplanar portals appearing where they ought not to be. These were sealed up by the Church of Albay, but that they occurred at all was a peculiar sight for us. And all of these led us to believe that something, obviously, is afoot. So we began to investigate rumors of strange occurrences that might perhaps lend credence to this. And I believe this is where I'll turn it over to Skyspan.
Yeah, so Wait, what am I talking about here?
She was alluding that the more strange things are happening. She had not talked about Bizan yet.
He's gotten into the wine.
I can't talk about Bizan because
You weren't there.
I wasn't there. That would be a Valmir thing.
Valmir, sorry. The Bizan incident.
So, when we were traveling across the ocean on the skyship, we came across this floating island, which was... Not only is it strange that there was a floating island at all, but it was also on an angle as if it wasn't paying any attention to the natural order of gravity. Upon this island, we met a blue Genasi individual by the name of Bizan. Sorry, an air Genasi, not blue Genasi, air Genasi individual by the name of Bizan, who was somewhat confused and worried about the fact that he was in Elendor at all. Apparently it happened before, and it could have been down to two things that could have caused it, one of which was relatively benign, and the other was that the seals of Elendor were weakening. Our friend, who is not with us, he's still alive, but not here with us, contacted his god, Bahamut, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, and Bahamut's response was, "Oh no." So that's probably not worrying in the slightest. And the more that we questioned this Bizan, the more he probably didn't want to answer many of the questions, as at the end of it, these extraplanar beings, astral pariahs, I think they were called, kind of came in and blew the island up while we were standing on it, which, considering it was floating, had consequences, not so amazing consequences. So yeah, that was Bizan. Oh, he also told us to go talk to that guy, Marcius Flux.
Name dropped, yes.
Yeah. That's how we first learned of his name. Yeah. So that was some interesting quirkiness that we've come across.
Throughout this journey, we have seen hints of an attempt being made to destroy or perhaps dismantle the seals of Elendor. That's why we have been looking for them. We have not had much luck in that regard. And then she'll look down to Breton and kind of whisper, "Do I say the name at all of them, or not worry about it yet?"
Several people of this group already have heard that name. I don't know. You're gonna have to make a judgment call on that.
Okay. Trying to figure out who specifically would have a desire to do this. And we came across a group called the Scorned Ones of Them. And she is again eyeballing the crowd for reactions.
Okay, make a perception check.
Detect thoughts for Zedaar too.
On who?
On the guy that she's supposed to be watching. Don.
My rolls have finally turned around after the last week. Oh my goodness.
17 for me.
Fire tonight. It's 23 for Breton.
There's a look of anger from Hedwig, as well as the individual that gave her name as Lyra. And there is other than that, there's a lot of like knowing nods. The half-elf individual is very flat-faced the entire time. As for surface thoughts, it's going, oh, those guys? Interesting.
You know of them?
Well, no, this is his inner thought. This is his...
Zedaar's reading your mind.
That's a mind.
Yeah, this is for Zedaar.
It's kind of... Yeah. Oh, those guys. Okay. Kind of like following along with the conversation. There's nothing that's been like... about it.
Sure. What we are trying to do as adventurers, obviously, because we can't help but get into the midst of these things, is help solve this problem. And you, being a collection of the smartest minds of Elendor and beyond, might have some insights on who these Scorned Ones of Them are, what these seals are, and where to find them. And she will sit back down.
Standing up as well, Flap then stands and goes, I do believe we can trust these individuals. I wouldn't have brought you here if we couldn't, and their actions are purely apolitical at this point, which, as you know, amplifies our own ideas and goals. So, I believe that a sharing of knowledge can both be used to benefit us and them. So, there's an understanding nod until the dwarven individual leans forward and goes, "So, what do you want to ask us, or would you just like us to exposate on the information you've given?"
What we need more than anything is what's next. We don't know what these seals are or where to find them. And though we are not 100% certain that these Scorned Ones of Them are the ones causing the problem, they are our best lead. If we can find out what these seals are and where they are, we can anticipate their actions and motivations, and that lets us get ahead of them. And if we can get ahead of them, we might be able to stop the problem before a darker day comes. I don't know how many of you are religious, but the Book of Ascension details the breaking of the seals of Elendor and of the darkness coming. And I would like to prevent that from happening. I think all of you should, but can't take that individual agency away from you. But that's where we stand.
Well, the individual that outlined herself as Lyra leans forward and kind of stands up. Well, the scorned ones of them are one element or facet of what you may be up against, as they have always seeked recompense for the what they foresaw as a wrongdoing onto how they believe, but they've never been. They have always had more worldly pursuits than extraplenia. But if they've come across some information or some studies that says to meanings of the seals, it's that they're a little small fry, shall we say. They don't seem to... Put it this way, the purists, they don't tend to side with those that don't believe the same way as them. Which makes it very difficult to believe that these dragon attacks or anything of the sort would actually be connected to them. That is more likely... High Priest, would you like to take over from here? High Priest kind of takes a side and goes. He then stands up. Yes, the the dragon attacks are a cult that we have been dealing with for a long time. Similar to the scorned ones of them, they feel betrayed by the outcome of the Grand Summit. They, however, they tend to be of the fact of they want to, instead of where the scorned ones of them want to bring about closing the seals so that the king that never was may return and they can deal with the all of the other gods once and for all and become a one defining ruler. The cults that we've been dealing with want to bring back a time where this plane were ruled by dragons. They wish to bring Tiamat, mainly, back. And for dragons to retain the place that they had before the Great Summit. A lot of draconic entities, once the time of dragons supposedly ended, found themselves in the various armies of the heavens, in various capacities, generals, leaders, that sort of thing. And they would like their true power back, rather than being creatures, hunted and hidden. The metallic sort. Sorry, not the metallic, the chromatic sort, anyway. They're the ones that make up the majority of the cult, and they see bringing back these slightly more ancient dragons to lead them as a means to an end of that.
Would they have any connection to the Eladrin Empire?
Unlikely. They... all of these... Put it this way. It seems like multiple factions are vying for the same thing, which has the same outcome because they believe that it's a means to their end.
Whether it be one faction or 5 or a dozen, there are many factions aimed at these seals.
Exactly.
And I know that this group, and she'll look up as if accusingly towards the gods themselves, others, have worked exceptionally hard to keep them safe through secrecy. I say to them, the jig is up, the secret is out. If people are hunting for it, and there is no one to defend it, we're doomed.
As was pointed out to us recently, there are beings that exist to keep the seals intact, but the only authority they have are on extraplanar threats trying to affect them. They cannot take action against interplanar threats. If these things are going to remain safe, then there needs to be an interplanar force that is responsible for safeguarding them. Now, perhaps that exists that we're just not aware of. And Breton will leave a pause there as if somebody, allowing people to interject as if wondering if somebody knows anything.
The High Priest kind of, various holy orders through the various religions on this plane do have protection of elements that we deem to be possibly the seals, or what they've been told to be the seals, but...
Ruby shakes her head. It needs to be secular. And I say that not because of my particular disdain to the gods, but because the gods themselves have motivations. They are extraplanar. They cannot be inherently trusted to safeguard the seals.
At the end of the day, there needs to be an impartial party. This is... While I'm sure these factions do fine, we need a group who is not doing what they believe is proper in the protection of these seals. We need a group who has tangible knowledge of where these are and the fact that they are in fact protecting them. This cannot be a speculative religious faith. This has to be something that is solidified in something more than that.
Right. Now, I cannot speak for the entire Skyfire Adventuring Company, but we have certainly been on the track to do that. We want to help.
Marcy's Flux stands up. I understand that you are all well-meaning, and we will give you any information you see, but some of these orders and protectors of various seals, if rumors and myth and history are true, have been in place since the beginning. They're not going to give things up for you just because you have the knowledge.
We don't want to give anything up, but they are being gunned for. And whatever protections are in place are starting to crack.
I am also not suggesting that we hunt every single one of these seals down. I'm not sure what sort of damage will be dealt if multiple are taken out. I don't know if this is a all or nothing scenario, but from what we've learned, it does seem that the majority, the larger amount, perhaps all of them must be compromised in some way. And some credence has been given to the fact that there are main seals. A group such as ours has proven to be quite capable and handled pretty much everything that has come the Skyfire's way, even more so since I've come along, though I apologize, that seems like I'm giving myself credit there that it is undeserved. Having possession of one of these in a group that is set to protect it, the Holy Orders are already doing that. If there are any that are unaccounted for, if there are any that there's even a modicum of a doubt that might be safe, that is something that needs to be protected immediately.
Well, as the dwarf starts talking again, I know that it comes about whether our knowledge is only going so far, and our knowledge does amount to quite a lot. There's things that we ourselves will probably need to research, but I would say that we could get you a mostly comprehensive list of the seals that are true. A lot of false stories were given, especially towards now I'm a big believer in my creator god, and he has an interesting connection to a lot of these artifact seals. He didn't actually give one himself, but either adapted a lot of them in order to make them work as seals, or had a hand in making them in the first place. I write about it quite a bit in my own book. But I digress. You've definitely come to the right place in confirming your list, or possibly expanding it, though you have not fully shared with us what you do and don't know on that fact, and seem to have been giving us topic points that revolve around external issues that lead to credence of what you're trying to do.
You all know each other, I presume, quite well. You all know whom you can and can't trust. You all know whom in this group is set for knowledge's sake. And if your belief is that the sharing of knowledge is to be free and shared, then sure. I don't know how much you all already know about this, but as a point of what we are trying to accomplish here, our goal is to keep these items safe. So if there is even a moment of belief that something that we know is not already known, and that by that knowledge is keeping them safe, that is something that we have to pursue.
Well, Marcius begins speaking again. Well, it is clear from some of the aspects that you spoken about that there is already an instability. What do you know of the converging timelines?
It rings a bell from what Bizarre said, right? Did he say something about converging timelines?
It was briefly mentioned right before everything went to...
Very
Back in a
little.
handbasket.
It got mentioned, and then some extraplanar beings came and blew up the island we were speaking on. So not much.
Well, in the Chronicles and in the various studies, it is well assumed that a lot of the seals or artifacts grow in power around the time of converging timelines. And when the times of converging timelines happen, convergences happen, it is both the time where they can be used in their most true form, and also a time in which they're easiest to destroy. It is a moment where the Hall of Mirrors, as in my theory, he kind of looks around at the group to try and gain credence. There's some people that agree, and some are like, oh, here we go again. There's a lot of that when each person speaks, where it's just like half agreement and a half like, yes, we get it, you're smart. Which is what...
We've read your papers. Come on, now, get the point.
I had my assistant read your papers. Yeah, that kind of thing. Where he is where the mirrors themselves align closer and line up. I also believe that it connects directly to various lunar and solar cycles amongst the planes, but it's essentially the wall where the moment where the weave is at its thinnest, and because these timelines converge more, it means that, for example, there is... If an item is so... If the seal was given by a god that also has power in these other realms, it is a moment in which enough of their power can align through it and almost get around the blockage, if that's so to speak. In these times, if, say, a seal was broken, you would start to see even more destabilization of a plane. In my theory, anyway.
So with that logic, does that mean that the appearance of this portal, the appearance of the dragon, the appearance of the very Earth mode itself that led to the incident, is there belief that one of the seals has already been broken, or is this suggesting that something is attempting to do that? Or is that just this convergence of the mirrors that is aligning and making all this possible?
By the fact that you are seeing things from realms that are, well, without further study to know, for example, if that hole in the ground that you spoke of, if that was summoned by someone, because you know the laws of the nature of this plane is that if someone from this plane calls upon it, it can happen. They have the power to go. But if it has happened of its own volition, then that would suggest either we are in a period where the realms are weakening between each other, or, like you say, a seal has already fallen.
How often is it that the timelines converge in this way?
Oh, the last one for this was probably 400 or 500 years.
What happened the last time it happened? What was the event?
Actually, I like to make a history check about that too, just to see if, like, are there any notable points of crisis and calamity that happened about 500 years ago that were not attributed to this because people just didn't know?
Sure.
First, do a math check. Current year minus 500.
21. I'm loving these rolls tonight.
Oh boy.
19 for Ruby.
Oh boy, let me try and find my timeline. Give me a moment.
21 as well.
I asked the question, so I don't think I would be answering it myself. So.
All right, then I'll roll, even though I don't have history.
37 coming up.
No, I won't roll because I don't have history.
You could flash your genius someone else though.
Yeah, I only have 2 left for the day, so I'm gonna hold it, I think.
Oh, yeah.
We are in a room of people who are preeminent studiers of history. If they don't know, we don't know.
Well,
24.
James, weren't you there at the time?
Yeah, no, this wouldn't be history for James. This is current events.
That's a memory check, not a history check.
Well, about 500.
Back in my day.
Well, about.
I'm only 88.
About.
Sorry, Mitch, go ahead.
500.
2 years older than I am.
About 530 years ago, the attempted assassination of Eladrin the Immortal took place.
No, that would do it. Yeah, that would do it. Yeah.
And the first Eladrin War and the formation of Legrong's land under the Eladrin yoke. And if I remember somebody else said, yeah, about 413 years ago at this point, the Rhiannon Empire formed under Godric Willowwall. So probably essentially the first Great War period.
There's a long, awkward pause.
Yeah, I should have known that.
It does seem to match up with notes that reference such things.
So, what are the implications of these diverging timelines, like, or?
Well,
and how long does this period last?
It's hard to say. Nobody has, well, outside of us now, has been really around to study what happens truly in terms of length. It's not likely to be a set period. It's more they are started by an action of inevitability or fate, and closed by an action of inevitability or fate. It is a moment in which all of the interlocking ley lines of the world seem to cross and reset. Something starts it as a fated action, and something ends it. This has sometimes been in more ancient studies and societies related as prophecies or moments of divine intervention. But from what we can appear is, it is a moment where the world tries to collect itself or protect itself and rebalance lest it break. But at the same time, because it is rebalancing, it is at its weakest.
Like when a snake sheds its skin.
Precisely. There is a theory that I have that no one else in this room agrees with yet. I'm still working on convincing the majority of them.
Get better evidence.
It's kind of hard. I've removed most of the evidence from my own mind. But I believe that Elendor, the plane that we're on as we know it, is not a true plane of existence.
It's going to be a real tough sell on that one. Yeah, I can understand why no one believes you.
I actually think I know why.
Because it's batshit crazy?
No, it's because of the way it's designed.
Because it holds this center point, this no man's land throughout of the age. If you look at the studies of the ages, if you go to things such as the fact that Asmodeus used it and utilized it, and how the creatures of the elements used it and utilized it. There was nothing there. It was nothing but... It has been...
I want to say leftovers.
I prefer the term loophole. Cosmological loophole. In which various entities have used it. Until a certain king that never was threw everybody out and closed the loophole from external access. It both reacts and does not act in the same way that every other plane does. There is something about it that does not mix, yet makes sense at the same time.
I wondered why, throughout its incredibly long history, why, out of the 2 continents that we have explored, nobody's ever gone beyond. Why nobody can cross the seas to the east and west, or to the south, or why Naugathel is so bloody hot, despite other places being so far south, one might even consider it to be actually kind of cold.
Well, one of the individuals... I am from the Aztecan Caliphate, and our land used to be hot until we were cursed, so that is not as obscure. But I do get what you mean.
I had theorized, and though I am no planar expert, that Elendor is what remains of after everything else was done. Connected to everything, because it has a piece of everything.
There's no approving nod that comes from Marcius Flux on that, for sure.
But I'm not a planar expert. I'm just a sorcerer who knows how to throw around some fire with incredible anger management issues.
What if you're getting that backwards? What if Elendor isn't what was left? What if Elendor was what was first? And everything derives from Elendor? The concept that the reason Elendor isn't quite right is because when the gods were building it or whatever brought it into being, just didn't have quite the idea of what to do with it. And it was part of Elendor's prototype.
It cannot be proven or disproven, I suppose, without asking the gods themselves.
If anyone were to be sold an idea such as this, I suppose this is the group to do it to.
Indeed.
I think that's getting off point.
Delphine curiously leans in. At that point, what makes you so sure that even the gods know? There is a through line with everything I research, and even with our good friend Marcius's existence here, that keeps coming up. Well, your friend Ruby here has said it multiple times, but never hit the nail on the head, shall we say?
You have that talent.
Everybody or everything seems to be hazy or forgotten. Who says that even the gods remember?
Is a theory.
It is a theory that myself and Marcius has often philosophized about over many drinks. Have we not, Marcius? You would be not wrong to say that.
A place so old, forgotten that even the gods have forgotten what is real about it. A side effect of the divide and the removal, or something that goes even preternatural beyond that.
Or they were not the first.
There's when you say that, there is a noticeable, like, furrowing of brows from certain individuals in the room, who you gather might be more religiously inclined.
I read a lot of books, and one of them suggested that on a different world, that the gods have an overgod. I thought it was just stories, but who knows?
It's quite possible. The dwarven individual leans in again. So, you said you might have a list for me to look at, kind of, or all of us to have a look at, of supposed seals, and why don't we go about trying to verify some of those for you?
I suppose Breton will take out, again, the same list that... He has not made any adjustments to this. This is literally the list that he just showed to Zafina. And we'll just pass it down the line and let people look at it and add to that as they see. Actually, Breton's going to stand up and go around and hand this off to each person so that he can see what people are reading about and try and get reads on people and see how they're interpreting it and maybe even what they're specifically adding.
Could you repost me the list, actually, just so I've got
yes, the 6 items on the list are the Lightstone.
Balmir's just sent it to me.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Well, the interesting ones there, at least from what I know and my knowledge, is the Blade of Equilibrium was the sword carried by the hero or the king that never was. That was one of the ones that I spoke about that was partially made by my creator god, the god of craftsmen himself. He helped make that, so that's certain.
What's the god of craftsman's name?
Are you asking DM or are you asking this individual?
DM.
Okay. Do you know? Give me a religion check.
I guess it might
We're asking the guy what the name of his god is. Like, why does
Well,
Valmir
no,
need to make a check about that?
no. I asked Valmir, is he asking the DM or is he asking the guy? And he said DM.
Hang on, I got a natural 20 for. Hang on, I rolled the wrong kind of dice, but it's a natural 20 for
It means Moradin, the door. He means the Dwarven creator god. Yeah, the Dwarven creator god.
I'm literally just adding to notes, which was what I was asking.
Yeah. Well, I know, but this individual doesn't feel the need to name drop him because he's kind of proud of it. So that might you get the sense that not knowing might have aggravated the individual.
Yeah, true.
We're
good.
Which item did he say he made? Was that the scales?
The Blade of Equilibrium.
But he also helped make the scales. They belong to Cathriel, the law singer. That was their donation to the given. The Dark Mask is an interesting one. Delphina, do you want to take that? Yes, well, the Dark Mask is it's also known as the Death Mask, and it's a shroud. It is a cutting of the cloak of Nerol himself, that was taken from his lifeless body, but also then used as a death shroud for the king that never was once they ascended.
It would just be so much easier if we can just go ask him, wouldn't it?
The king that never was is wearing this death mask, this shroud. Right? That's what you're saying? Supposedly he wore it at his end?
Correct. It's a lot of the seals they seem to have carried at one point in their lifetime, and then all of them were present at Ascension.
What are the abilities of this shroud?
I do not know. Mortals touching it seem to die, is one of the main things. It did not seem to affect them. It is and it was a pure negative energy and death. Apparently had the power to raise dead. Mort, you would happen to know about that, wouldn't you? You see, this individual he was kind of half asleep, not really paying much attention. Yes, what is it you would like? You said, oh, did I kip off again? I'm so sorry. Look, would you rephrase your question, please?
Yes, I certainly can. I have a theory kind of going on in my head that this death shroud, this death mask, could it have possibly hidden the death of them? Like, they are still out there and going about their things, or they might be hibernating, whatever you want to call it. And this shroud is just masking their existence.
Theoretically, but that would break the idea of how the ascension happened in itself. All of the items that became seals, were required for the hero to ascend, and become the king that never was, and it is they drew from their power and used their power to close shut the plane. So, whether it was used to maybe stop their body from being risen, though, that would be interesting.
Yes, what if when it was made into this seal and some of its energy was taken and ascension happened, it's masking the literal physical body of them. Keeping them from coming back.
Either way, being a direct connection to Nerol, it is very much sought after by liches and other practitioners as a great item of power for them. Right, well, the Braller's Hut, we have kind of explained privately to one another. I will, I do not think we need to go over that again. There are a couple of things that you are perhaps missing that I know of for sure, which is the sun crown. Which was the crown that the king never accepted, or the king that never was. It never accepted, the one that would have essentially crowned them. What else is not here? The platinum cup, which was Ahmud's gift. Platinum chalice, sometimes it's called. Sorry, let me do some rolls. Sun crown. 8. Yeah. The half-elf individual speaks up. Well, you get the bow of Eladrin the Immortal. I believe that to be one. That has never been confirmed nor denied. You know that. Well, yes, but there is a certain disregard of the Fae importance all over in the story that performs the king that never was. So, I would include that in the list.
I would assume that is still in the possession of Eladrin the Immortal, or?
Yes, it is. And then detect thoughts. Are you delving deeper? Are you trying to delve deeper? Or is this surface thoughts?
I would say start with surface, because that's normally what Zedaar
mostly
does.
surface thoughts are like, how dare they? Again? Always.
Okay.
And then it is... we don't really have a true understanding of the final one. There is one that I think would make the final option. It is known as the Soul Chain, or the Soul Chamber. But it's very amorphous on that one. It's not sure on if that is a physical place, a physical item. We assume it's an item considering what the rest of the list is like, but it feels like it tends to be mentioned in antithesis to the life stone. Like the life stone is a positive form of life, and this is a negative form of life.
And there's nothing of them connected to the elemental plane.
No.
Ruby almost seems to sigh a breath of relief in that one.
No. The elemental plane's power was either, a lot of the time in terms of when you look into the War of the Heavens, was either already made submissive or aligned with one of these newcomer powers, and their control was already relinquished, so to speak.
But she'll look to Breton. It doesn't explain what my father was trying to do, but at least we know something.
This might be the group to ask about that.
I'm not sure if it's related to anything at all, but I could ask them.
If we could have a moment to deviate from what we've been discussing thus far. We've had a habit of discussing history and such things. Perhaps a bit of personal information might be warranted or merited. In the dealings that this group has had, specifically recently, there is one individual of the notable house Sunderstar, Ruby's father, who was trying to enact a plot that had to deal with a being known as Caloris. We are not sure how this may or may not be related to the seals, or if in fact it is related to any way, but if there's any information you all have on this being, we would personally greatly appreciate this.
I finally rolled well. Okay. Your two Minotaur friends have kind of been just kind of very hush-hush, but they nudge Lyra. Like they're looking at her like with intent, and she's like, she speaks up. Caloris is a great elemental, for lack of a better term, deity, chosen that sort of powerful creature, who was a bastard daughter of someone known as
Cause something. Cause something.
Yes. Also known as the I believe the Magma Lord.
Magma King, the Cinder King. No, that's yeah, Magma King.
It's Magma. Physical book. Yes. Kraz Toragaz, the Magma King. If your father was looking to bring her back, that would vie for someone else, much like your dragon cult, much like your human cult, trying to make good of a weakening situation to bring about what they want, more so than anything.
All these things happen around this time because it's when the seals are weakest and the past is the easiest.
Well, yes, if you were to try and revert to a time from before the Great Summit, now would be the time, and also it wouldn't go unheard of if so many different factions were vying for the same thing, that a temporary alliance before the apparent apocalypse, so to speak, would not go totally unheard of. Do not think, everybody. Let's be reasonable here. We assume that, say, the those of them and the children of the betrayed, or however you want to call them, if they all manage to just put aside their differences, even just a little moment, even if it's dividing up these seals and taking them one by one, each by each, weakening it enough that they can, make their lives easier for one another, we really can't rule that out, can we?
The ritual he was trying to do insisted that something had to be chosen by the key. And it was implied that I was a key.
That sounds like they were trying to jumpstart things.
Jumpstart things.
Well, like it's been established, no one can... Extraplanar entities cannot enter Elendor without permission of those already there. If Marcius is right and this area is a loophole, Well, there's loopholes within loopholes. Half of you have read gnomish contracts before. They can be like that.
Bended Zet noises.
Yeah, this is true.
If someone from this plane who has, say, blood of something not of this plane invites something or an avatar of, say, something not this plane in and uses that avatar's power to then destroy something to allow something external in, you have gone around most of the objectives and skirted the line enough that you get a jump start on things.
Could this be possible of the other cults as well? If there was a descendant perhaps of the king that never was?
Book of
I
Albay
will flash of genius, whatever that role is.
Ooh.
The Book of Albay does specifically state that he sired a family after he had ascended.
Perhaps. Could quite easily. Could be the same with whomstever this who brought forth this draconic avatar you saw. And the high priest also kind of rolls. What did you say the name again was of that gem dragon?
Xenopharius.
Did Xenopharius happen to mention anything about siblings?
Yes.
6 of them.
Oh, he was one of 6.
1 of 6, excuse me.
Have you heard the name Zethacres before?
Zethacres.
No, but I'm definitely writing it down. In fact, spelling, DM, spelling, please.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll grab that.
It's spelled in multiple different ways, so just have at it.
I know it begins with an X.
Wait, shit.
Well, I'm already wrong.
I was already wrong.
Xethecres.
Zethacres. Dope name, am I related?
Well, Zethacres is the leader of the cult, shall we say, that my kinsmen have been tracking. They are of old dragon stock. He raises his eyebrows. Procopius is also like, oh, we're going there.
Zedaar's gonna do mental doodad surface thoughts.
On who?
On the we're going there. Procopius.
Oh, it does not even read any thoughts of Procopius.
Who was it that was like, oh?
Yeah, no, she can't. It feels like there is a resistance that blocks that. Put it that way.
Okay.
Dragons come to party, motherfucker.
Is there a name of the cult?
There is.
Cult of the Dragon.
Wow.
I feel like that one's already been used.
Shit.
And can someone put the name that we were just given in chat? Oh, thank you.
Zethacres.
Oh, I got ES at the end, not IS. Which one is it?
RES.
Z the crest.
Updating my notes because somebody spelled it wrong.
Zethacres.
No pointing any fingers.
Or
I'll
Exthacres.
fight you.
Exthacres.
Yeah, Z the crest.
I would say Zethacres. Yeah. My pronunciation's different than yours, guys. That's how it works at all times.
No, I went to write it down and realized my notes were so like, wait, so he said XETH and you were done spelling it. I'm like, fuck, I just missed the end of the word. So I'm like, I'm gonna take somebody else's spelling. It was, nah, it's fine. It's fine.
Listen, misspelling names in D&D is one of D&D's great pastimes.
Yes, absolutely.
It's just like normal as well. Like if this is some ancient thing, how many different
So-
versions of William Shakespeare did he himself have?
Yes. Well, they're known as, well, they're a group that they kind of use two names. The main one we know them as is a group called the Scions of Gemstone.
Another frickin' faction we have to fight.
But they are a draconic ally of a group known as the Children of the Banished, who are the main overarching thing.
Yeah, just like as it's going
This
on,
way.
there's just a murmur. It's like, wow, that sounds extremely close to the scorned ones of them.
Would you believe it?
I'm sensing a theme here.
Put it this way. Each banished deity probably has its own cult that interact. There is one go-between cult that is the Children of the Banished, who are trying to bring back the banished ones. And then each of these cults is trying to bring back their own banished one. Put it that way. So the Scions of Gemstone want to mainly bring back Tiamat in order to... It only takes one banished one to come back for everything to come back.
Yes.
After all.
Which is why finding these keys, or seals, excuse me, is so important.
Well, that's why we're all here. But anyway, Zedaar was supposedly the only of the gemstone dragons to remain post-summit. They got away with it, so to speak.
What kind of gem was he?
It's Topaz, wasn't he? Oh, no, Zedaar.
Yeah.
I remember.
Too many names. Too many names. I am not doing the recap next session.
I think that's Midge.
I already have like 6 pages of notes from this.
No.
Hello.
The recap next session is going to be really easy. So we were given a lot of plot important information, and that you're done. That's the recap.
Okay, I'll do it then.
6.5 pages. And counting.
Have you like
they-
how many have you filled?
I believe they were made of obsidian.
Oh, what? Obsidian.
Of course. Could be made of ruby. That way I can at least kind of like them.
I didn't know obsidian was a gem.
Very intelligent. In draconic term it is. Obsidian is also known as... I'm going to digress here, but obsidian is also referred often to as, like, dragonstone in various... I'm sure people who...
Dragon glass?
Oh, dragon glass, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of the true obsidian, as it's known, is made from draconic breath. So it is like the purest draconic gem form.
Mm-hmm.
They are the only one that we know of that, at the time they were young enough that they weren't holding out of power. They are the youngest of the 6 siblings. So they weren't counted enough to be a deity, if you know what I mean, or revered as a deity, and enough that they skirted banishment. They were not quite potent enough to warrant it, but they were still hunted. But were a conniving one and managed to sneak their way through, and they've been harboring malcontent, and there's even possible links that this individual is the person who inspired the other cults. Sowed enough discontent between various factions, various scorned followers, or however you want to call them. Gave them enough power, whispered in enough ears, and if my money's on anything, it's them that's, well, this individual Zedaar that's really behind it all.
Are Do you know of the other gem dragon names?
I know of a couple. Forgive me while I get up a different recollection of memory.
You are also invoking the Control F.
Yes, I am.
It is a powerful ritual.
I'm just going to say these names out. Xeommionth.
Zeommionth.
Yep. And Xosug.
That one's easy.
Zosug.
Wait, so is Xenofaria spelled with an X?
Yes.
I actually went back and updated my notes when I realized that. I'm like, okay, so Z was not correct on this.
No.
Huh.
And final one that this individual personally knows of is XYNDIESDOS.
Zerndos?
Can I have the colors of these guys?
Zendiostos.
If they know them?
Zendiostos.
Yeah, Zendiostos. Zendiostos is a ruby dragon, also known as Zendiostos Fire Breath.
Dragon after my own heart, so to speak. Out of mild curiosity, and this is not the implication that I want to do so, but if there are...
Just let me recall what type of gem these are. Zosog is emerald. And Zemininoff... I can't...
You made this, what?
Look, I did. I made it a long time ago and knew how to say them a long time ago, but this is like 4-year-old lore at this point. And the last one's an amethyst dragon. Go ahead, Ruby.
These
I know one of those is not spelled right.
Cults want to bring back these entities for whatever malign purpose they might have. But obviously there were good beings who were also cast out. Would it be inappropriate to suggest that somebody might fight fire with fire?
Well, if the inevitable, well, not inevitable, but if the dire circumstances were to happen, they are to return as well. But the reason that the king that never was has put a stop to all that is to make sure that the war of the heavens came to an end. If not, the war of the heavens would continue. If you know what I mean.
No, I do understand that. That is not what I'm implying. But it seems that you were pushing against the ocean. And while secrecy has been good so far, it is failing. And that sooner or later, either we all pass on or fail, it's going to happen again. And I don't see a way to stop it forever, short of holding a gun to every James' weapon to the head of every single person on this planet and saying, don't be bad, which probably is an evil act in of itself. So I'm asking, if it's going to happen, why not let it happen on our terms and strike first?
You would have us break the seals and begin the apocalypse. You realize the reason they mostly stopped all of that is because the king that never was didn't want mortals to be the puppet, the idle folly and cannon fodder of the gods anymore, and for us to have our own lives and our own existences away from...
I agree. No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I think it's going to happen anyway.
So what you're saying is let's walk into the storm knowing it's going to come and try and get through it sooner?
I'm saying let's tie down the masts and get ready for it. I'm saying if we know there's a storm coming, why don't we prepare ourselves for when the inevitable arrives? Instead of secreting it away and hiding it.
Well, Marcius leans in. Arguably, that's what's being done by various faiths and factions. They give enough knowledge to know that we and ourselves, clues were left about the seals and what would happen if they were broken. That is the forewarning and preparation so that the plane is watchful. Just because some of those might be idiotically are trying to break that, doesn't mean that we aren't already being prepared in some way.
Right. The individual faiths of this world are still bound to the gods.
But this is why you post a lookout so that you can go around the storm instead of straight through it.
The issue is once that has been unplugged, opens, there's no surefire way that it could be done again. Not without millennia, possibly, of bloodshed and death. I mean, yes.
I don't want to release the gods. I do not want them to come back. I do not want the seals to be broken. And I'm not suggesting we do that. But having knowledge of how it is done might help us prepare to prevent it from happening.
That is a surefire different to what you were just saying.
I'm sorry, my miscommunication. I'm trying to think of ways to stop the apocalypse. And having a bigger stick than the opponent is one way to stop it. But
certainly, someone having every hand in their possible outcome of deck proverbially would stop it. But what happens when that individual dies or passes on? Or
which leads back to what I think Breton and I were alluding to before. There needs to be a force. A secularist, international task force that can deal with these threats. Something that is not bound to any church or any nation, but specifically for safeguarding and keeping the keys of Elendor. Not a group of, respectfully, librarians keeping it secret.
For all we know, there might be. But if there was a force to exist, do you think we'd know about it?
No. I believe they're very similar to how we would do it. They would want to keep themselves secretive so they could operate with, again, impunity and neutrality. And something that is not known specifically, perhaps only by the orders themselves and kept close to the Tim, because by operating in such a way, they would be not targeted. And if they were in possession of the seals already, would make that seal inherently safer.
Right.
I'm not sure I agree with that. If these seals are being guarded, then whoever's attempting to break with them should have obviously by this point encountered, if such a task force exists, encountered them. I don't think they do exist. I think these seals are hidden and that's it. They're guarded by whoever might have them on hand if they are had at all.
We don't know they haven't already.
An absence of information is... absence of evidence is not evidence itself.
There's Legerung's Lander scholar that had this cat. He kept it in a box.
That being said, just because we do not have evidence that it does or does not already exist, does not mean that our belief that we should be doing something about it is incorrect.
Exactly. Elendor is in danger.
If it does already exist, then by taking means to do so, we should encounter them and figure out what better can be done. Because presumably, if they have been doing it since the summit itself, then they are quite good at it, and we can learn more about how helping prevent it is something that can be done already. If they do not exist, then, well, we should really get a jump start on being the ones who do it.
Which is what I think we should do. We need to be the ones to step forward. And if they exist, they will come to us, And if not, then nothing will have been lost.
The problem I foresee with what you say is, how do you let them know what you're doing without letting everyone else know what you're doing?
I don't think it should be a secret at all. I think the world should know that Elendor is guarded and kept safe by those who will rise to defend her. From those in and out.
That message probably... How do you know that the information... How don't you know if... sorry. What if the information that we have been given and the way that we have been given it is the way that that has already been explained to us?
I don't understand the question.
For example, by the fact that we know that various seals exist, that we know that some have had interactions with mythological beings of, say, Nardathel, or of Atria, if their holy orders have had tale and sighting of it, or have sent some of their greatest warriors to protect it, that kind of thing. What if those stories are the way of letting everyone know, without every single peasant living in fear of the apocalypse?
If you didn't want anybody to know about it at all, they wouldn't say anything. There'd be no mention of seals or anything related to it. I think that you were saying is partially true, but if they are still around, they are negligibly useful in present-day affairs.
Let's focus on the task at hand first. Let's not worry about changing the purview of how the situation is handled. Let's not worry about upending and changing society. Let's worry about preventing the threat first and discussing later on how best may be to help this in the future. Finding a hint of one of these seals or any group that is responsible for protecting them from the shadows is what I believe should be paramount in this endeavor. Ensuring that these seals themselves are safe during the time with which they are vulnerable.
We've already been told today in this room that people are tracking our progress, are following us, and I'm going to look over at Delphina when I say this.
Mm-hmm.
If we... Who's to say that it isn't just benevolent forces following our progress? What if the people who are looking for these seals in order to crack them open and bring forth death, destruction, and blah, 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 what if they're also keeping tracks on us, and us searching for the seals is aiding them in doing the same?
There's a reason I don't want to find all of the seals. There's a reason that I believe that if we can find just one or two of them, that is where we should stop. We should not endeavor to find them all, because that is just going to make the job of whoever's destroying them easy to track us down. We should not endeavor to find everything. We should endeavor to find just a little bit, enough to ensure that most of it can be kept safe.
I think we should use them as bait to draw out those who might look after them and fight them. But
It would be playing with the fate of the universe, as we know it.
It might be good once we have them secured to do that, but till we have them, I don't think we should.
Anybody at this table who knows me will tell you that I'm a little bit reckless.
I was reckless once, and then I died, so...
Me too.
We have a lot in common.
You stayed reckless though, Ruby.
I stayed dead.
Seems that way.
Well, I would surmise, which would you like to find? I have a theory that after Ascension, a lot of these items were spread throughout our plane. If these seals are to seal and close off the divine, they need to cover the plane. No?
With what we have learned,
I would surmise that the anchors are spread out.
it is something that I would agree with. And from what we've learned, there are seals that are considered the main seals, as we learned from Delphina here. With that information, I believe that main seals should be ones that are prioritized, not to the exclusivity to find information about others, of course, but with those safe, I feel that priority is given to where it needs to be given to. The Blade of Equilibrium and Brala's Heart, I believe, are the ones you referenced. No, not Brala's Heart.
The main ones that were referenced were the Lifestone,
the Heart of Elendor,
the Heart Helm, and Sword of Equilibrium.
So, the Lifestone, the Blade of Equilibrium, and the Heart of Elendor should be the ones that we prioritize, keeping those safe.
Did the server just go down, or am I crazy?
It went down.
They kicked me out earlier. I think it was idle.
Yeah, I was kicked out as well.
I think they've been having some funny server things today.
How many? What happens if one seal goes down? What effects does that have? Would that maybe?
We don't know.
Facilitate a void dragon coming into the world? Like, is that something that wouldn't be possible without that happening? Or
well, if an entity on this plane got enough cut power to call in something of that nature, then that could exist without the problem of the seals.
When something like that is called in, does it appear in the same place as where it was called from, or can somebody in Legringsland call in a demon from, and it appear in Eladrin Empire, for example?
Again, is something we could theorize on, or the High Priest speaks of. Again, something we could theorize on to no end. Like, it is often said that there is reactions to what you do, even microscopically, magically. Who knows? The summoning of a ritual might have happened in one place, but the actual portal, the weakness, could be in another. Without more information on how something came to be, it is hard to summarize.
Well,
but
at this point, we need to step on what we should be doing next. And if we are going to be going after these seals, then we need to know where they are. I think maybe we could start perhaps with the Lifestone. Do you have any idea where that could be? Ruby, who remembered the other stage of their game.
Okay. I'm just working out if anyone is gonna. Oh, for fuck's sake, that's not the. Okay. Well, the Lifestone, I think you've already run into, haven't you?
Beg your pardon?
The Lifestone.
That's Joanna.
Oh, that? She's trying to.
I didn't say that out loud. I didn't know if you knew that, as in Beth knew that.
I do.
Okay, cool.
No, Beth knows.
So the crinkly, badly kept wizard at the corner is like looking at you guys expectantly, and the rest of the room kind of look at him. Some of whom with confusion, some of them with curiosity, some of them with shut up.
What do you mean? I died. I'm sorry. Maybe I forgot something.
I will draw it to you. You, Mr. Darius Reynard. You personally looked after the Lifestone for many weeks, did you not?
The number of people that know that specific information.
I don't know if I follow. I'm sorry. I zoned out for 2-3 hours.
If it's possible that this group has already encountered one of these items, we will be sure to double check what records we have and look into it.
I am curious
Give
why
me a
you
deception check there, Breton.
Breton knows this. Breton was the only person who.
Yes,
okay,
you
sure,
can as well.
Yeah, because Breton's the only person in this group that never actually met Joanna.
That's true.
No, James as well.
And James.
Oh, James is. Yeah, James is.
Yeah, do I need to roll
Siraj never met her either.
And
but-
Zedaar. Yeah, a good almost half of this party.
Do I need to roll deception as well?
Well, I could
the
just.
only
Yeah,
one
I
that needs
think
to roll, probably.
I think Ruby, I think Darius, I think anyone who just spoke around when this individual, Mort the Magnificent, pointed out that you knew the Lifestone, or
Can I get advantage? Can I get advantage because of Breton going? Okay,
I will say
Please be the
yes.
one to roll this because I don't actually have proficiency in deception.
Oh, neither do I, but I can add things to it.
Yes, you can be good at it.
Yes, I don't have a character to select.
Don't have a character to select.
Curious about how you
came
about that kind of information, though.
Okay, there we go.
I am Mort the Magnificent. I am a powerful wizard, and I live nearby. And
My name
I'm
is
gonna go
Anrayne.
ahead and still spend a superiority die on that because I don't trust that.
My name is Anrayne Sunderstar. I'm an exceptionally powerful sorceress, and I don't
23.
live nearby, and I was there and don't know what you're talking about.
And I have I'm getting the impression that I should stop speaking.
I'm getting the impression that you've been spying on us.
No, being fed lies. Being fed lies.
I'm getting mixed signals here.
Why not both? ¿Por qué no los dos?
So the steak we have just been eating, the charring on the outside is very interesting. How was this?
Can Darius very intently think, can you hear what I'm thinking right now at Magnificent? Just like staring daggers at him.
I want to know something.
I want to see if he reacts.
If we had the Lifestone in our possession, and we were lying about it, and you knew we had it, you were watching us from the beginning. Which means you knew something. And if you know something now, you knew something then. Which means you are hearing information from us now. In other words, you're withholding and or lying. Mort the Magnificent.
Mort the mildly confused.
Mort's also a weird character. He might think non-linearly.
Wait, this is information you told me in the future.
Yeah. But has it happened yet?
When you are an expert in all things undeath, your services are often required upon, especially when people are at their weakest, most fragile. I traded knowledge that I had to help a certain mutual friend of ours complete one of their tasks.
I'm sure that was an answer to a question, just not mine.
Let's move on from that. So, evidently there is some credence to looking into the Lifestone. Very well. What about the Blade of Equilibrium? Our dwarf friend here suggested that this was created by Mordred himself as a gift to the king that never was. Do the dwarves have a tracking record of where this may have ended up? Personally, the Chevalier Argent and the Faith of the Nardathel place some belief into where it ended up as well, but we are not certain.
Well, yes, actually. Well, it's made from a really godly material by the name of cosmium. It's a special extraplanar metal. It's only it's only godly beings essentially can forge the stuff. It's wondrous in its nature. True power can be funneled through it. It is pièce de la résistance of craftsmen. It is beautiful. It's said that upon completion of the Great Summit, the two halves were given away. The king that never was kept the broken, hilted half, which they kept as their armament, the Sword of Mercy, as it was befitting of what they had done, and the actual stabbing point was given to Gilliam de Fionnia. The Sword of Mercy was then taken and is kept, I believe, supposedly, possibly deep within the Cathedral of Ascension, but I haven't seen any way to, verify that. It was it was essentially the one thing that stayed in the Rien post Ascension.
What was the blade that was given to Gabriel de Fionia?
It was the tip of the blade. So the blade broke in half.
Tip of the blade of mercy. Okay.
Yeah. So
sorry, because one had its own name, the Sword of Mercy. I was wondering if the other blade had its own name.
It became essentially part of the Chevalier histories. Some believe that part was reforged into the weapon of the Chevalier Argent. Some believe that they just protected it and wore it as a symbol, as a symbol of defining, smiting against evil. Some believe that they just protected it because the blade itself, if reforged, would, bring down parts of the end times.
So are both halves sealed? Like the blade and the hilt are seals, or are they only a seal when they're reforged together, or? Is this a two-part seal?
Speculation, I'm sure. Though it does make me wonder if forging them back together would in turn... Because as we've established, the blades are at their most vulnerable when they're at their most powerful, so presumably keeping them separate would allow them to continue to act as seals. It would be the reforging of them that would potentially bring them to the point where if they were to be broken, it would be a destroyed seal.
By the gods, because, as it was pointed out, they're the ones that can forge the cosmium. So unless the gods come back and get both of them together, it's not going to join.
As we just understood it, a god dragon just appeared relatively recently.
Was that a god dragon, or was it just a really ancient abyssal dragon?
Well, either way, it takes a divine to forge cosmium, as in make it. I would say that a lesser being may be able to fix what's there, because as far as I can hear, it was a relatively clean break.
That's really unfortunate to hear.
It is also not as if there's not a celestial presence already on this plane. Breton says, no fooling well, that he has sensed several of those touched individuals in this room.
The bigger point is, the Halls of Ascension, nobody knows where they are.
Oh, the Halls of Ascension are different. The Church of Ascension.
Where is that?
I wrote the wrong thing in my notes.
That's what I've been...
Yeah, Church of Ascension is in the capital of the Rien. That is essentially... The Cathedral of Ascension... The Cathedral of Ascension is in Seat. It is essentially its own microstate owned by the church. Think Vatican.
And it's not like they're just going to let us walk in.
You said Rien. Did you mean the Nardathel?
No, the Rienian Empire.
Yeah.
But So the Rienian Empire has an item that is tied to the faith of the Chevalier Argent?
The tip is with the Chevalier Argent. The hilt is in the Rien.
Okay. I need to adjust that then. Because I was mistaking, I was reading that wrong.
No,
Blade given to Gilliam de Fionia is what you said.
There is a
I heard it, and I thought the Church of Ascension was, in fact, a part of the faith of the Chevalier Argent. I just interpreted that incorrectly.
No, it's there. I'm gonna ask you a question now, like, if Zedaar came across certain information, who would they send it to? Who would they trust?
Zedaar is still a little shaking because the last time he sent information like this, it was evidence that it was being eavesdropped. So I imagine he would send a coded message, and the person in the party that he would trust most to receive it would be Zep.
Okay.
Considering they had pretty much as close to a brotherhood in this party as you could get.
Zep, I have a coded message for you that you had from Zedaar, say a week ago. But connecting what's being spoke about here twigs something. Zedaar replied to you, Zep, I have a tip for you at the capital of the Natafel with
all the word
the
play
living
on that.
saint that you sent me to see.
Oh my.
Okay.
Do we want that to be the end of session, Midge? Because we are at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, we are there. So
that's a cliffhanger if I ever heard one.
I would say that, and then I will leave it with the final thing with this. The High Priest of Atria breaks silence. I think it's been given for a while. Again, looks at Procopius. Procopius, you mentioned your great-great-great-grandfather, no? Maybe these individuals would like to go meet them and see what they're holding in their hoard. And we'll leave it there for this week. So, join us next week where we will continue on our story in the Elendor Chronicles as more and more of the secret histories of the world are uncovered by our intrepid adventurers. But all I've got left to do today is to say thank you to those who have been playing. So thank you to DM Opal, DM Lake, Kinda Odder, Lord Lambert, Mordred Viking, Commissar Roach, Ghibli Jam, who is sadly not with us tonight, and I've been Midgeman. We have been the cast of the Elendor Chronicles, and this has been the Component Cast, and we will see you next time. Bye-bye now.
Oh, man.